Good evening. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees this March 14th, 2023 at 6 p.m. Let the record show that as we call to order, that we have all of us in attendance at 6:01 p.m. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Carrillo, second by Trustee Cervantes. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries 7-0. Do we have any comments from the public on any closed item sessions? And if not, can we wait 30 seconds for any viewers at home?
Setting 30 seconds on the clock. Thirty seconds have passed, and we have no comments by phone at this time.
Thank you. Then with that, we will move to closed session, and we will reconvene at 7 p.m. Thank you. Good evening. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back to the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees on this March 14th, 2023, as we return to open session at 7 p.m. I'm going to turn to Vice President Trustee Yesenia Carrillo. Beginning to report actions from closed session. On item E2, certificated personnel report, I had a motion by Trustee Carrillo, a second by Trustee Solis. Motion passed 7-0. On item E3, classified personnel report, I had a motion by Trustee Cervantes, a second by Trustee Sellers, and item passed 7-0. And with that, we turn to the Pledge of Allegiance to Trustee Carrillo.
Please stand.
Next, may I ask Senor Lazo to come and share with us the community engagement information.
Good evening. If you wish to address the board, please call 559-276-3150 or fill out a request form provided on the table near the entrance and submit it to the clerk of the board prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak on an item on the agenda, please do so when that item is called. If you wish to speak on an item not on the agenda, you may speak during the public comment sections of the agenda. Si desea dirigirse a la mesa directiva, llame al número 559-276-3150 o complete un formulario de solicitud provisto en la mesa cerca de la entrada y preséntelo al secretario de la mesa directiva antes de la reunión. Se permitirán comentarios públicos relacionados con los temas de la agenda cuando se llame el tema. Los comentarios públicos sobre un tema que no está en la agenda se permitirán durante la sección de comentarios públicos de la agenda. District welcomes other language speakers to the board meetings. Anyone planning to attend and needing an interpreter for a language other than Spanish should call 559-274-4700, extension 10150, by noon on the Friday preceding the board meeting or at least 48 hours in advance of the meeting so arrangements can be made for an interpreter. El distrito da la bienvenida a las personas quienes hablan español a las juntas de la mesa directiva. Si planea asistir y necesita interpretación, llame al 559-274-4700, extensión 10150, el viernes antes de la junta y antes del mediodía, o por lo menos 48 horas antes de la junta para poder hacer los arreglos para la interpretación.
Gracias. Next, we turn to our presentations. We have our school activities presentations. Our first speaker will be Perrin Hayes of Student Body President, Justin Garza High School.
Central Unified Communities Superintendent Davis and esteemed board members. My name is Perrin Haynes, and I'm the ASB President of Justin Garza High School. Here to share with you all what accomplishments and events we have had so far this year. I want to start off by mentioning how amazing our second annual Culture and Club Showcase was, which we held on February 24th. Despite the rainy weather, it was so nice to see our central community and many of you celebrating culture with us. We had a wide selection of performances, including our very own STEP team and Drama Club. We also had the Polynesian Club of Fresno perform and entertain our guests with a competition of who had the best moves. We appreciate the work that our clubs and organizations put into this night and made it special for everyone. February was Black History Month, and our Black Student Union Club created a dress-up week for the last week of the month. Dress-up days including wearing HBCU attire and dressing up in your students' best. It was very special to see staff and students participating in each dress-up day. Our Science Olympiad team, led by Mr. LaFay, placed third place in the bridge competition at the 2023 FCOE Science Olympiad. They moved up 2 places from last year. Congratulations to Mr. LaFay and the Science Olympiad team for this outstanding accomplishment. Our March 2nd band program hosted the Garza area concert, which included the Rio Vista Middle School Concert Band and Glacier Point Middle School Wind Ensemble. The student performances were incredible, and our community came out in full support of our students. Our school has had several college field trips this year, which are organized by our college and career advisor, Mrs. Isaac. It has been really beneficial for my classmates and I to have the opportunity to visit colleges and universities that we may end up going to. In closing, I'd like to recognize and congratulate our varsity cheerleaders who took home a Division I Valley win in January, and our History Day team who has champions headed to the state championship. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you all tonight. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hayes. Can I ask Amaya Miller, a student representative from Central Learning Adult School Site class, to come and join us?
Hello, my name is Amaya Miller. I'm sure you can remember me from the last board meeting that I was honored to present during, but in case you don't, I am 15 years old and I have been a student at class for about a year now. I can honestly say that I love it there. I genuinely appreciate how much class has done for me in my time being there and how much they truly care for all of their students. They do things like offer snacks post and pre-breakfast and lunch, celebrate all the kids, even after the smallest of accomplishments, and provide the safest possible environment for me and my fellow students. In the upcoming week, we will have the opportunity to go on a field trip to several places, including the California 9/11 Memorial, Robert Agoda's Student Interpersonal Experience Camp, and the Pinedale Remembrance Plaza. Our third quarter ended March 10th, and we have had over 40 graduates this school year alone. Us students work so unbelievably hard to achieve our personal goals, and we know that our teachers are there rooting for us every single step of the way. I have also had the honor of being accepted into several colleges like Rider University, Hessington State, Reedley College, and many more. All in all, I am so very appreciative for the opportunities that I have been given during my time at class, and I am so thankful for staff for making it a safe and caring place for students like me to be themselves unconditionally. Thank you and good night.
Next, I'll ask Trustee Carrillo to introduce the school activities presentation of our Central East and Garza High School mock trial teams.
Thank you, President Singh. I've invited the Central East High School and the Justin Garza High School mock trial team. So if I can have the teacher coaches and any of the attorney coaches present join us at the podium, and if you'd like to share your accomplishments. Fantastic.
I was told by one of the other board members who to get the shirts for. Not told to get one for the superintendent. So, we'll get you your shirt, we promise. You're going to see the teams come up. These are the team shirts. I'm going to give a very brief just intro so you guys know what's involved. This year, history was served. We actually set a record, something that hasn't been broken in 35 years. I've been doing mock trial back with Buchanan High 25 years ago, went 10 years to state championship, retired, started up Fresno States. So I've been out of the high school circuit for a while. But in all those years, Fresno County mock trial has been dominated. Clovis West, Clovis North, sometimes Clovis, and sometimes University. Central has never had a team make it to the semifinals. This year, Justin Garza, first-time program, the oldest player on our team, we had like 4 juniors, and everybody else was freshmen and sophomores. Clovis North, Clovis West, the entire teams are juniors and seniors. They're like their varsity. They travel all over and they do it. So candidly, when the season started, I just hoped, please, I don't care if we don't win, just don't do too bad and have some fun. Well, as it turned out, Justin Garza made it to the semifinals. We took third, which Philip Rivers not gonna. I said I'd have to mention it.
I feel like we were third. I feel like we did better than them in the semifinals.
Somehow we took third, they took fourth. We ended up facing Clovis North. We did lose this year. Phil's team faced Clovis West, who ended up being the county champion. And so this year, not only did one Central team made it, but 2 Central teams made it to the semifinal, first time ever. And by the way, you got really usually my voice carries. It does. I don't think anybody's ever had a problem hearing me, but anyway, maybe you could split. 3 could wear, Central East. 3 could wear Justin Garza. If you could the team come up, just stand up? And I'm going to have you come up in order. I'll call them up. Go ahead and get out because I'm going to be calling you out as you go up. Just for right now, it'll be us, and then Phil's going to take the mic and have his shot. Okay, we've got Alexis, you're going to go. Josh Sellers, and we can't see the names. Could you put your hand up, and he's going to come up and give it to you. Next one, Giselle Gomez for Richard Solis.
Gordon, if we can just have, as you're naming all of the students, then just wait there, and then
Perfect.
they can all
Come
come
on
and
up.
join us.
Come on and
so
do
if we
it.
can have you wait there,
Yeah,
just
wait. I'm confused. Okay, Ari Beavers. She also got MVP as one of the witnesses and a lawyer. David Gomez, probably closest we've got to a superstar. He had to do pretrial on one side. He had to do the closing argument on the defense, which you're going to hear in a moment. Come on up, Jana. Jana Baquero. Tracy, come on. Tracy Barnes, freshman. Jacqueline Dillon, another one of the superstars, freshman. She was the opener on the prosecution side and had to do the pretrial on the defense, and she too got an MVP. Ian, come on. Ian, good to see you, man. Okay, now, what I've got, again, the shirts, I'm just going to call out. Put your hands up as I call your name. I hate to do it this way, but you have to. Alexis, if you can go to Josh Sellers. Giselle, go to Richard Solis. Ari, go to Philip Cervantes. David, go to Jeremy Mailing. Oh, yeah, you should shake hands as you go by. Yeah, I mean, a little late now, but oh well. You get to shake the hands. That's good. Jana, is it Nabi Kirfan? Nabil. Tracy? Oh, go right around to get your shake. You can tell we're not used to this here. Nobody gave us the script and told us what to do. So, Tracy, go to Nandeep Singh. Chaplain, you don't have do you have a shirt? Oh, Yesenia. Chaplain, Dylan.
And I gave Ian the card.
And who?
I gave Ian the card.
Ian, you get to deliver the card. I would give it to the superintendent so that she at least gets something tonight. You will get the shirt. Okay, with that, we're gonna have.
I'm going to say something real quick.
Oh, you on the mic.
Earlier they mentioned History Day finalists. I just want to say that David Gomez and Jacqueline Dillon are 2 of our History Day finalists as well. So I want to congratulate them personally. I also want to thank Philip. We've been coworkers for a long time before I went to Garza, and we've been working and getting our kids together for scrimmages, so we couldn't have done it without them as well. Thank you.
Awesome. This will only take 5 minutes, but we thought you ought to get a taste of mock trial. We're going to have David do the closing argument for the defense. This involved an assault and battery and a robbery on a cruise ship. 2 fellow actors, one of them was accused of stealing a ring. It will not take more than, 6 minutes, I guess, is the total. So that's it. If you don't mind, he'd like to kind of show off, and we'd like you to at least see what they do in mock trial. They're scored and judged by attorneys and judges and how they perform as witnesses and lawyers. So for these kids to do what they did, it's like watching a fast, accelerated episode of Law and Order. And they definitely learned how to be lawyers and witnesses. David, come on up. And by the way, normally they're obviously in suits and ties.
All right, so normally I'd leave you a little bit scared to do this, but I can assure you your gazes are a lot less cold than the judges. May it please the court. The people here today have tried to paint the picture of a puzzle which shows that our client, the defendant Jordan Franks, is guilty of 2 crimes. However, Your Honor, if you take a look at this puzzle from a much wider angle, you will see that it is missing key pieces, and some pieces do not fit as they claim. Now, it is important to remember that when there is 2 reasonable interpretations of evidence, one which points to guilt and one which points to innocence, the court is obligated to side with that which points to innocence. The first piece of this puzzle that does not fit is the alleged motive. Did Mr. Franks feel angry at the treatment that Ms. Scher received on the ship? Of course he did. However, as stated by key character witnesses Cleo Schaefer and Carter Lucky, many different actors aboard the ship felt similar anger over the treatment that Ms. Scher received. And had Detective Mavis bothered to question them in the same way which he had questioned Mr. Franks, perhaps he would have discovered that they had shared similar sentiments and that an innocent man would not be sitting in that chair. The second piece of evidence that does not fit is whether or not Mr. Franks had the opportunity to commit this crime. Was Mr. Franks the only one that had access to the cabin room at the time of the incident? The answer is no, Your Honor. As stated by Ms. Scher herself in court today, she was unsure whether or not she had left her cabin door unlocked, meaning that if it was left unlocked, then any of the 1,200 crew members with access to the crew deck could have entered into the cabin and stolen the ring, and no one would have been none the wiser. The next piece of this puzzle which does not fit is whether or not this ring had even belonged to William Shakespeare to begin with. The court has heard from 2 very credible jewelry experts here today that have not been able to come to a conclusive decision on whether or not this ring genuinely belonged to William Shakespeare. The only agreed upon value of this ring is its weight in gold, or approximately $571.76. The next piece of this puzzle which does not fit, and perhaps the greatest and most important piece of all, is whether or not an alleged battery had even occurred. The only evidence which says that Mr. Franks intentionally went to harm Ms. Scher comes from the testimony of Ms. Scher herself. However, due to the fact that both Ms. Scher and Mr. Franks have had a very strongly contentious and very heated relationship, the testimony of this witness should be in question. And furthermore, when Carter Lucky, the only third-party witness to this event, gave his testimony, it was stated that it was not Mr. Franks who had charged Ms. Scher as a result breaking Ms. Scher's arm, but it was rather Ms. Scher who had charged Mr. Franks in an act of aggression and had resulted in her falling and breaking her arm. Your Honor, Shakespeare is a writer most known for his tragedies, and what has happened in court today is a great tragedy. It is up to you to give it a fair ending. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, cabinet. Thank you for allowing us to be here tonight. Just wanted to real quickly then honor the Central East students as well. I've been teaching in Central my entire career, 16 years now, and I've been coaching mock trial for a little bit, and there's nowhere else I'd rather be, and I couldn't be prouder of these students. So I'm just going to introduce them quickly. They have some shirts to offer you all as well, and then we'll let you carry on with your board meeting. So go ahead, you all stand up. So this is Heather Armistead. They're all seniors I brought tonight. Heather Armistead, defense attorney. She did our closing argument. This is Elijah Brunengraber. Yes, I add some of my own kids into the team. He did pre-trial. We also have Alana Ward. Everyone in the county now knows Alana Ward. We have Raveline Thiara and also Ganeve Burke. They're all outstanding students. There's medium for Ms. Carrillo, and then Eli, Mr. Solis. And everybody else, go ahead and just, yeah, shake everybody's hand. So amazing students coming out of Central Unified and both of our high schools. It was amazing to know that no Central school had been in the top 4. I couldn't wait. I had to email Ms. Davis in the middle of the night to let her know that both her high schools were in the top 4. I was so excited about it, and Central is doing great stuff, and so it's great to be a part of it. Thank you.
Let's give our students and our teacher coaches and also our attorney coaches another round of applause. Thank you for joining us today.
And if I can ask the students just to stay a little bit longer, but I have one thing I just wanted to bring to your guys' attention, but we continue with our student recognitions first. I turn it over to Dr. Boatwright to talk about our academic decathlon, science fair, and cheer team.
Thank you so much. So tonight I do have our top winners from the academic decathlon, which was held on February 4th. So I'd like these students to please come up with their administrators and if they have their coaches here as well. First off, we have Danya Samreen. She is a Central High School student and she took first place in economics. Tonight, we also have Alana Ward from Central East High School. She took second place in the speech. Let's give them one more round of applause. Also tonight we have our top Science Fair Award winners. Our Science Fair Awards were held on March the 1st. Tonight here we also have Greg Japarian. He's our Assistant Director of Educational Services. Anthony Tosto, who is not able to be with us tonight, but he is the Instructional Support Coach for GATE and STEM. Also was very involved in working with our students. We have Amina Irfan from Central Elementary. She took first place in the intermediate division. We'd also like to recognize Charlotte Emmett and Kelsey Porter from Houghton Kearney. They took first place in the middle school division. And last but not least, we have Vivian Bayar, also from Central Elementary. She took first place in the engineering and invention division. So let's give our students a round of applause. Let's give these future scientists one more round of applause. And I have one more group I'd like to have bring up tonight. We have the National High School Cheerleading Championship Small Division. They took first place. That's a D1 Central Section, Division 1 Section champions. And so we'd like to have them come up. We have Bailey Abraham, Janae Alvarez, Reagan Askloff, Jordan B., Marissa Estrada, Lily Grace Goodrum, Haley Harada, Kaiten Loudermilk, Margarita Martinez, Lillian Monsive, Marissa Rodriguez, and Anaya Snowden. If they could come up along with their coach, these great students, these athletes, are from Justin Garza High School.
Good evening. On behalf of Principal Harmon Dillon and myself, we'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here tonight to recognize our varsity competition cheer team. The very first ever varsity competition cheer team for Justin Garza High School, led by Coach Brittany Audino and her assistants Alan Rios, Haley Baldwin, and Katie Mendenhall, were recently crowned the Central Section Division 1 Valley or Section champions, making their way to the state to capture a Southern State championship as well, and leading off to a return trip to Florida, where the girls competed against over 130 of the nation's top cheer programs, becoming finalists and making it to the third and final day of competition, which is a feat in its own, as they were the very first team to ever make it that far as a varsity program for the first year. It is without further ado, I pronounce and introduce you to the 2022-23 Central Section and State Champion, Justin Garza High Guardians.
Again, felicidad, congratulations, mubarak to all of our just amazing students in all spheres and in all ways. Thank you for all you do, and all the parents, teachers, administrators that support them. From the whole board, thank you. Okay. She's here? Okay. As we continue with our board meeting, we move to Employee Association highlights. Do we have Mrs. Judy Martinez of CUDA to share with us this evening?
Pretty tough to follow that. Pretty amazing, but I'm going to try. So this is what was reported out at our last site rep meeting that we had. And keep in mind, I'm only sharing with you what's reported out to me. And I know there's so much more out there. But so the positives that were shared out, East Campus, more. Black Student Union had a gallery walk that apparently was amazing. You've heard this name a few times tonight and other days. Alana Ward won a $500 scholarship as a merit scholar at the February Town Hall lecture. and she was just here. There were 22 athletes as readers and leaders that read to 20 classes at 2 elementary sites for Read Across America Day. East, they virtually hosted a learning engineer, AI expert through the Skype, a scientist program. She spoke with students from 4 computer classes, including a question and answer session, and book club students from Central High School, East, and Garza will travel this Wednesday to FPU for the Fresno County Battle of the Books competition. And Rio Vista reported out that 2 weekends ago, they had students compete in the Science Olympiad for the first time at Clovis North Educational Center. 8th graders Maxwell Thompson and Corrine Burke placed 5th out of 10 teams in their division for Fast Facts, which they had to name a variety of scientific terms with certain letters in 3 6-minute rounds. Coaches, Allery Moore and James Manson and James McEwen. Laura Munley and John Egan ran a successful Special Olympics bowling event, and apparently basketball was next and coming up March 10th, so that's passed. Madison, students participated in Odyssey of the Mind. They had several entries in the Young Authors Fair, and 6th grade attended 6th grade camp in Wonder Valley. And Justin Garza, they represented at Fresno County History Day. I think 2 of them were mentioned earlier. They came home with 2 championship victories and 1 runner-up. The 2 champions will be advancing to the state competition at Sacramento State in April. And the champions were David Gomez, individual documentary, segregation in service, civil rights, and the Vietnam War. And Ishan Dhaliwal and Samay, they did a group website, the Kashmir Frontier at the Brink of the Nuclear War. And runner-up was Japleen Dillon, individual documentary, The Strike for 3 Loaves, Solidarity during the 1912 Lawrence Textile Strike. So, and their coach was Jacob Smith. So congratulations to all of them. And of course, I'd be remiss, and you guys have probably heard this, and I don't care because it bears repeating, our Lady Grizzlies championship basketball team. Woohoo, so proud, yes. And then lastly, I hope you've all, board trustees, have had some time to read your email today. The Fresno Central Unified Teachers Association have invited you to an event for school board dinner that is hosted by Fresno Madera Service Center. And I have some packets that I will have them pass out to you, just with the flyer with it if you haven't had a chance. Take a look at it. We'd love to have you. We are honoring you. There will be board trustees from the 34 districts in Fresno and Madera County. I can't say that they will all be there, but there will certainly be quite a few of them there. And chapter presidents and exec boards and some superintendents. So we hope that you can join us on March 30th. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next, we have our California School Employees Association. Do we have Ms. Angie Aguirre here?
Hi, everyone. Good evening, cabinet and board members. As we see on the agenda today, the transportation plan regarding the AB 181, we look forward to having the opportunity to give input to the district from CSEA. We hope the board will consider our request. And that's all I have tonight. And congratulations to the girls basketball team. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we turn to our school highlights, and I'll turn it over to Superintendent Davis. Would you like to make an introduction for any of them?
I think our Principal Shepard, and following that, Principal Holterman. As was the case last time, we've got 2 more schools online for you for elementary and then high school, and Tammy's got their presentation that'll be right here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for preparing to show what you're doing at your campus.
Thank you.
My name is Shalon Shepard. I'm the principal of Biola Pershing Elementary School. This is my 4th year, not only at Biola, but being a part of Central Unified School District. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here to share with you the wonderful things that we are doing at Biola. We began the 22-23 school year with the theme, They Learn When We Grow, realizing that as the adults, we needed to have a growth mindset of our own to know that we needed to grow in order to do better for our students and to help move that needle on their success. The students and families of Biola are served by a tremendous group of classified and certificated staff that give their time, effort, sweat, and tears to make sure that our students always have what they need, and Biola's success would not be possible without them. So I want to share a little bit of our data. I'm sure you'll hear from many of our elementaries the use of iReady data for our language arts and math. That is our local benchmark. Our winter scores were very promising. For language arts, 35.3% of our students tested at the proficient level. That was up 20% from our fall administration, and that was an increase of 8.7% from the 2021 administration of that assessment. In math, for our winter data, we scored out at a 28% proficiency rate, up 19.2% from fall and up 14.5% from 2021. We are also very excited because Biola actually had a proficiency rate that was higher than the district average in both language arts and mathematics. Our Fontes and Pinnell, which is reading assessment, for grades K through 2, 45% of our students are marked as being on track as of the winter administration. And I wanted to point out a big highlight is our first grade class, where 81.6% of students were proficient on their Fontes and Pinnell score for winter. We attribute this to 3 main factors. 1, that class had a full year of kindergarten, which our current 2nd and 3rd grade classes did not. We have an amazing teacher who is really pushing the rigor and not holding her little first graders back just based on their age or their size or cuteness. And that is the class where we chose to put our Title I instructional full day aid in there. So we have students that are receiving differentiated instruction all day long, whether it be in math, social science, science. They're getting that small group support and that differentiated need based on their assessed needs. In terms of suspension, as of yesterday, we had a total of 6 suspensions at Biola Pershing, with a suspension rate of 1.9%, which is down 1.8% from the previous school year. We're making great progress, and we're really excited about the data that is coming out for our English learner population. Currently, Biola has 79 students that are English language learners. That's 38.3% of our population. This is the lowest percentage of EL population we have had at Biola, at least in the last 4 years since I have been there. We're usually in the mid-40s. Part of that's coming because we're doing the work necessary to start reclassifying our students. So far for this school year, we've reclassified 8 of our kiddos, and we're looking forward to getting the LPAC data back as we're just now administering to see how many more we're going to be able to reclassify this year. In terms of our English learners for iReady, for English language arts, their proficiency level raised 2% from the 2021 administration and has increased 10.1% from 2021 in math. We are working super hard at building our PBIS and our MTSS models at our site. We did receive the PBIS Implementation Award, Level Silver, for 2022. We have put a ton of work into using a program called Life School to give positive behavior points, as well as documenting negative demerits and our Tier 1 strategies. This year, we have an intervention counselor for the first time, and some people might think, oh, what do you do with a full-time counselor with a school of 206 students? Well, he is already serving 39 of those 206 students, so he is seeing 19% of my student population already this year. All for Youth, we service with for students that have additional support needs. We were just informed last week that their caseload is now full. We have packed them with 7 students, and we have multiple referrals pending. We work really hard with conflict resolution. We feel that's one of our special traits that's helping to keep our discipline down. Working with our kids before issues escalate we have logged over 30 conflict resolutions between different peer sets. And using our live school data system, we have logged over 3,000 Tier 1 interventions so far this year for our kids. So Biola's working really hard to make sure we're getting in that ground floor level to be more preventative rather than being reactive when it comes to the needs of our students. Things that we've done to really boost what's happening, our ELD Academy, we have separated our EL students into our primary and intermediate grades. We've provided them 3 days a week of after-school tutorial in preparation for LPAC and their English language development. We just implemented 2 weeks ago a kindergarten deployment model where we're taking all of our kindergarten students and dividing them amongst our kindergarten teachers and all of our instructional aides to give an additional 1 hour block of differentiated targeted instruction based on their assessed needs. We have teachers utilizing their lunch period to give additional math support. They call it Math Club, so kids are excited to go. Shh, don't tell them. We have our new EL teacher this year, full-time instructional aides, our intervention counselor, professional development, and of course, making our connection to our parents. But with all that great success, we still definitely have challenges, and like many of our other school sites here in the district, our attendance is probably our greatest area of challenge because if kids are not at school, they are not able to learn. Our current daily attendance rate is 93.7%, which seems pretty good, but Biola is typically 97 and above. So for us, that's not quite good enough. And our chronic absenteeism right now is still 19.9%. And I was not going to round up to 20 because it's 19.9, and it just looks a little nicer. One of the things that we're really trying to do to make sure that we're reaching those kids, we believe that the fix for chronic absenteeism is that improved school connectedness, not only for our students, but for our parents as well. We have implemented student jobs this year. So if you see the picture on the bottom right, those are two of my kindergarten friends that it was very difficult for them to maintain behavior in the cafeteria for 30 minutes during lunch. And they were fascinated by our custodian, Marcel. And so they wanted to become helpers. So now we have a team of kindergarten students that after they eat, they help by pushing around the trash can to collect the trash from the tables and sweep things up. And the discipline has gone down and the cleanliness has increased. It's been really a great thing. My favorite, though, is what we call our kindergarten mentors, and we have a group of students that sit with our kindergartners during lunch to help them get their trays, get their food, seat them at the tables, keep them engaged and somewhat entertained. But it really creates the strong mentorship from our older students. And I love when we see them in the hallways now, and they're greeting each other, and they're hugging each other, and just building that rapport. We really focus in for those student jobs on our at-risk kids. Those students that we know are on that verge of making inappropriate choices. We know idle time is one of the big culprits for students making some poor decisions. And so we're getting them in, getting them connected. We have Thinkery groups that see our Thinkery support staff. We're working through a MTSS process for attendance. You'll see the Attend Today, Achieve Tomorrow letter that we are sending out, which actually has a colored graphic to explain to parents what their child's attendance rate means and what the possible negative impacts are, so we're educating our parents there. And of course, our second step curriculum, our SEL instruction, and then awards and assemblies. But I love the fact that we get to end on a spotlight. And I think that for me has been maybe one of the most satisfying emphasis we've put on this year. We're coming out of the pandemic, coming out of that disconnect within our families. We have now created this really symbiotic relationship between the community supporting the school and the school supporting the community, and it's all working together to make sure that our kids are getting what they need. We implemented Success Together, I should say implemented, we brought in Success Together for a series of 6 parent classes, one a month from December till the end of the year. We're averaging 16 families attending those each month. Sometimes we have some families that are consistent, and then sometimes it changes. We have family classes that they get to learn together with their students, and then we're having some parent-only classes. In fact, this week is about parent self-care. And so we're really encouraging our parents to come in and get get themselves fed emotionally so that they are better prepared to work with their own students. We did start PK. If you're not familiar with PK, it's the Parent Institute for Quality Education. The focus at Biola is teaching literacy skills to our parents, not literacy skills for their own learning, but how they can actually support their own students at home with their students' literacy skills. And it crosses the language barrier, so it's supporting our parents in Spanish and encouraging them to support their students in their native language and how that carries over into their English development. Our first PK 2 weeks ago, we had 35 parents attend. That is an absolute record. I looked at what I could in the past. I looked at past pictures, and there's usually about a dozen. So having 35 show up was really encouraging. We have our parent coffees and our school events. The picture on the slide above is a picture of our winter program, and it was standing room only. The Biola community loves its school, supports its school. It'll be very nice if someday we have a larger area so that we can fit comfortably and safely, but that will come. The community partnerships this year have been fantastic. Act to Grow is a local company in Biola. They're part of Nutrien, which is a national agricultural company, and they've come alongside Biola to support us. If you look at the top picture on this slide, Act to Grow purchased t-shirts for all of our students and all of our staff, so we all had matching apparel. We were able to come together and have an entire school photo, which hasn't been done for about 4 years, and it really has just made that connection of our kids. Then they see the teacher wearing the same shirt. You know, we're all one unit together. Act to Grow has also done a shoe drive for Biola. So during the winter months, they provided over 70 pairs of shoes for students that were in need. And we're looking forward to continued partnership for some projects to come. I did have the opportunity to nominate them for the Fresno Compact Award because of their service to Biola, and they were selected as an award recipient. So I'm looking forward to April when we get to celebrate and just continue to grow that. We've been partnering with Fresno County Behavioral Health. They've come out and done some parent education for us. They've been part of our health fairs that we've had during our open house and back to school nights. Fresno County Sheriff Department supports us through Codes for Kids. You see our cute little 5-year-olds take really cute pictures. That's why that's mostly what's on here. But our cute little kinders with their jackets. And then, of course, our time with Success Together. Something that's not on this slide because it happened after the presentation was due, we were informed that Biola is the recipient of the, I'm not going to try to say the acronym because it sounds like the SBHIP grant that Cabinet submitted on behalf of Biola through Fresno County Superintendent of Schools, and it has been granted and funded, and Biola will now be receiving a building for a wellness center to be on our school campus so that we will be able to serve not only our students but our community for mental wellness. I can't wait to see this project come to life, but such gratitude for those that took the time to put that grant together for us and get our names submitted. That will be life-changing for many of our community members. So thank you.
Questions or comments from board members? Trustee Carrillo.
Thank you. Principal Shepard, thank you so much for the great work that you're doing. I've heard a lot of feedback from our families with respect to the work that you're doing and obviously everything that you've shared today. Some of my actually all of my questions are really focused in the services that we're providing and the support that the school currently has for Spanish-speaking families. So you mentioned that our English learners, and I know anecdotally I've heard a lot from our Spanish-speaking families. Do we have any staff at our office that is able, at the school site, that is able to support those families? And maybe if you can talk about some of the parent connectiveness projects that you're working on and some of these other meetings, whether those are hosted in Spanish as well.
Yeah, absolutely. My office secretary is bilingual. My LVN is bilingual. My vice principal is bilingual. So there's always staff around. I would say probably about 80% of my teaching staff is bilingual as well. So we've definitely had the supports necessary to communicate with our families. We also have our homeschool liaison, Lorena, which I know you guys heard about Lorena last board meeting too. She is an amazing liaison who works very hard to connect with our families to make sure that they are invited to events, they know what's happening. We know in Biola that many of our members of our community, they don't have the access or the connectivity to receive the messages from Parent Square, so we still work very hard on sending home bilingual paper notices as well as the direct phone calls from our liaison or our staff to make sure parents are aware of the events going on. Success Together is done bilingual. Because the majority of my parents that have been attending are Spanish speaking, we've actually had the role reversal. So the class is actually taught whole group in Spanish, and then my English parents are pulled into a side with someone to help do the interpretation into English for them, which I think is a great experience for our English families. PK is for our Spanish-speaking families only. So that is done in Spanish. But we always have translation, whether it's through the company, through our support, our staff, so that communication link is never a problem.
Thank you. My last question is, you talked about the chronic absenteeism, and you mentioned some of the things that are being done to try and keep students on campus and having them. Anything else or some other issues that you believe are unique to Biola that maybe contribute to the chronic absenteeism?
You know, our community is extremely protective of their kiddos. And going through the experience of COVID and having the fear of children getting sick, and just the general wellness. And I'm not saying that Biola is unique. I'm sure there's many other communities feeling the same way. But our parents are still very timid about having their children come to school if they're not feeling well. And so, you know, what considered is a runny nose is a single clear drip of runny nose versus, you know, full-on cold runny nose. So we're still having a lot of parents that are keeping their students out an extra day or two just to make sure that they're okay. So that's really where we're kind of struggling, is still getting over some of that fear.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Trustee Cervantes. Yep.
Thank you, Board Chair. I too want to give you accolades for your great work, and I especially want to thank the fact that you thank all your staff. It's a village that's going on over there, something very special that's happening, and kudos to the leadership. And also thank you to the superintendent's office for applying for that grant and receiving that grant to build that wellness center. Great work, and thank you.
I just want to thank you again, Principal Shepard. I had a chance to go to the LCAP meeting there, and kudos to your team, to Lorena from the community liaison team. I mean, I think it was probably one of the most highest attended, if not the highest attended, and you just had a dynamic group of parents that really care about their children and really care about the improvement of our district as a whole. So really want to tip my hat and say kudos to you and your team there.
Thank you. I feel very blessed to be out there. I feel like I'm the lucky one, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll ask Principal Holterman from Central High School to come up and join us.
Good evening, Board President Singh, members of the board, and Superintendent Davis. Thank you for allowing me to be here tonight to share a little bit about what's happening at Central High School. We recently celebrated our 100-year anniversary. Thank you for those of you that were out there this past October. Thank you for the support of that celebration and the honor that we gave to the alumni. And just being a part of Central Unified, you could tell over the years just what a tradition, history, and excellence Central is to this particular community. So thank you for being a part of that. I think what you'll find in my presentation tonight is about a theme. The theme is really relationships and a culture of learning and a focus back towards that. So we'll start with the celebration. Celebration, I'd like to highlight some of the data. We were going over a conversation, whether it's data or data, and I'd love to hear what anybody thinks about that, but in our learning team today. If you look at our overall F rate, last year, first semester, it was 26.3%. That's 26.3% of the students had one F or more. This year, it's 17.9%. Our English learner last year was 44% at the semester. This year, it's 23.5%. Students with disabilities last year was 31.8%, and this year it's 16.8%. Our students with disabilities actually have less F rate, lower F rate than the general population as a whole, which is kind of an amazing thing because of all the work that we're working on for our special education students. Over the last 2 years, we've been working hard to help students succeed in some very intentional ways. And by success, I mean progress and gradually decreasing F rates, as you see above, which is actually increasing our A to G rates, which is increasing our GPAs, which in turn, we should see a positive impact on our graduation rate for all subgroups in the next few years. This work strongly aligns with the district vision and academic blueprint. But as we celebrate the results, I really want to celebrate the work that's gotten us here. The journey began about 2 years ago when our site leadership team started discussing grading. We found articles and research on some of the best practices in grading and landed on one research practice the team was willing to do action research on: retakes of exams and reteaching, and the action and allowing those retakes to count for full credit. This work became a collective commitment from our staff. The outcomes have been significant, as you can partially see from the data. The conversation also included student voice. We wanted to know how the students felt about it. And our staff's been able to hear the student voice in that, in my principal student roundtable, and anecdotally through their conversations with them throughout the course of the day. And the overwhelming response of the students was, yes, it's a positive one. And again, if you're getting less Fs, that would make sense. But as we move forward with this research, we've also been affirmed that the work is equity work at its core. Allowing a student to retake an exam allows us to provide students a second chance, which is what we all need. And allowing it for full credit says to the students, I believe in you. I believe you can do better, and I encourage you to try, especially if your score is low. After all, the goal is student success. The impact of this work can be seen at greater depth when looking at the student subgroups, and as mentioned earlier, it's raised GPAs. The percentage of students at CHS with a 3.0 GPA or higher is almost half a student body at 47.6%. Of note is the fact that we have observed greater increases in those percent of 3.0 GPAs in our English learner, our special education, and our African American subgroups. Also having impact is the added work with the California education partners in the on-track professional learning in which we're engaging. We, along with other schools in the district, have had a tremendous opportunity to see what other schools across the state are doing, and the on-track work has led us to more effective ways to intervene and reassess, like our early final initiative, which was successful. And that was a beginning with the retake policy in our Math 1 classes last semester. And when we brought it to the staff and we talked about it, the staff said, hey, why don't we do that school-wide? And so we're planning on doing that school-wide at the end of this semester. Again, theme of staff building relationships and with students desiring positive outcomes for them, which has created a willingness to adapt practice to the best interests of students like this one. The challenge is the next one. One of the greatest challenges we experience are the social emotional aspects of high school. We believe we have a great school culture, but we can see over time increased social emotional needs based on the panorama surveys, my principal student roundtables, and just generally what's happening in the world for our students. We see the need for more work to support our students. We know that the staff at Central High School is very relational and caring, and yet we know we need to continue to take steps in this area. It needs to be a multi-pronged approach. But we start with our Grizzly clause. This is embedded into everything that we do, and it's culminated each month by positive reinforcement. You see the clause up there. By positive reinforcement, our clause luncheons to celebrate students who are exemplifying the attributes. The honored students are nominated by staff, and the clause signage is all over campus, and it's something we reinforce in everything that we do. To continue to build relationships, we felt it was important in the classroom and to build self-efficacy. All staff studied and implemented a discipline that restores framework, and it's from the authors Ron and Roxanne Clausen from Fresno Pacific. We gave everybody the books, we gave every teacher the books, and some of our support staff the books. And in the summer of 21, we brought the Clausens to CHS to train us. They're also the ones that do VORP, Victor Offender Reconciliation Program. Again, it's a process so this process actually generally happens during our welcome week, where we use structured team building and bonding activities in each class. But for the discipline that restores work, there's a flow chart that all of the teachers use for the discipline. And at the heart of this process, again, is the relationship between the students and the teacher. We've observed classroom discipline at very low levels because of the structure and relationships we are building partly through this program. But I brought this as a challenge because I've noticed the fact that we've had a relatively high incidence of suspensions at the beginning of the year, particularly, mostly out-of-class incidents, and it was really a result of a couple of groups that had conflict with one another. But like Mrs. Shepard was talking about, we have a lot of supports on the campus. And by December, the conflict had mainly subsided, and we haven't had a lot of suspensions or conflicts as a result. We have done conflict resolutions and a lot of work with our intervention team. The work of all of our teams is paying off outside the classrooms as well as inside the classrooms. That includes our intervention personnel, our intervention specialists, our intervention counselor, they're up there, our liaisons. We also have national mentoring, Prodigy for our drug addiction, All for Youth. We do support groups, and then we also have our Suite 360 weekly going. One of the really great opportunities we had was a restorative circle with our Black Student Union students, and Leslie Kelly from the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools helped us facilitate. And what we realized was when you get to the heart of it, building a relationship and breaking down the barriers is what we're trying to accomplish with all of our students. And to be able to find the hurts and help them through those hurts is a big deal. So again, relationships that we want to focus on. Again, this work's led us to something I think is important. We've brought in quite a few students who struggled at the larger campuses and have been identified as someone who'd be more successful at the smaller atmosphere with our overall culture and smaller atmosphere. A challenge we embrace and we feel good about, because when any student can find a path forward, that means success. We're happy for that student and we all benefit. It's a complicated challenge, but we're working hard to address these social emotional needs and looking for new and better ways to continue to address the challenges for our students. So that was our challenge. Spotlight. This is a big one, and I think it's kind of amazing. As a school of choice for every student in Central Unified, it was important that CHS offers something that makes us unique. Because of that need, CHS is becoming one of the top early college models in the area. The only other school is Design Science on the campus of Fresno City College that will have the college loads that we have with the opportunities that we have. And again, it ties into our career technical education pathways, which is something I wanted to identify and outline here too. We currently have 7 dual enrollment classes. Next year we'll have 14. And in the 24-25 year, we should have 20 plus early college classes. Again, an early college model is how that can sustain that. And there's a lot of complexities. Shannon's here tonight. She's done an amazing amount of work in that area, and I know a lot of other people have, so I appreciate that work. But each of our career technical education pathways included in the program has either access to or is designed with our dual enrollment program in mind. our award-winning ag program. I think that's important to point out. We have 15 state FFA degree recipients, 6 American Farmer degree recipients this year, the multitude of sectional and regional proficiency winners in so many areas, all of the 100 plus Fresno Fair awards. Students succeed at amazing levels in our ag program. And thank you for the efforts for the ag facility that's coming in the future. We appreciate that. That will really help in the bigger picture of things. Criminology is another one that we have. And we're in the vetting process right now for a national accreditation for the Law and Public Safety Education Network. And it's one of the pathways that's designed to possibly gain an associate's degree. Our education pathway will offer a completer course next year, which will finalize the pathway. Sorry, I don't mean to go like pop into the mic. I'll back up a little bit. Which ROP careers? It will be careers in education. And we're partnering with Fresno County Superintendent of Schools for the Teacher of Color Educational Empowerment Collective, and the design is to bring more African American teachers into the profession, which I know East Campus is also doing. It's a big deal, and that's something that's important for our area and for our kids. Education is also one of the pathways that has one of the specific designs for Fresno City College for an AA, for an associate's degree. We also have our health careers pathway that has a nearly 100% passage on the certified nursing exam and is helping admit many of our Central High students to the nursing programs in the area. And it also has some great dual enrollment offerings. Of importance to the overall offering of the dual enrollment class is that we have a transfer pathway, which means you can pick between 3 units and 60 units. And so that opportunity is an amazing opportunity. Also amazing are the overall success in those classes. We have very few failed students in those classes. The work that we're doing with our staff and the teachers that are facilitating and the teachers that are the actual professors, they're really working hard to make sure students are succeeding, and if they're not going to succeed, that there's an off-ramp as quickly as possible. But very few students have taken that off-ramp. But because of the augmented, so the amazing thing, which you all know, is the grades. Because of the augmented nature of the classes, we anticipate students graduating and having very high GPAs. We have 2 AA pathway students who are sophomores currently with over a 4.5 GPA and a bunch more at a 4.4 GPA. We anticipate 4.8 plus GPAs in the future. And again, that only happens at early college schools. I have a buddy in Stockton, and I asked him, how are your students graduating? And he's like 4.8, 4.9. It's an opportunity. Again, only early college classes, or early college dual enrollment programs have. Finally, at my principal's roundtable, I meet with students who give our school input on what they're thinking and what our school needs. And every time I talk to them, they talk about, they say what a great school it is, and I say, why do you choose this school over the other great schools we have in Central Unified? And they say it's the overall culture and climate, and it's created by our staff. The students use words like relational, caring, and personal. And I agree. I think the relational piece of Central High School is something special. I believe it was there before me, but we're keeping it going, and hopefully again into the next 100 years. In closing, I want to express that we feel Central High School is a special place with special opportunities. We still have work to do, but we're encouraged by the great things that are happening with our students at CHS. Thank you for this opportunity tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Trustee Solis?
Well, first of all, it's more of a statement than a question. And to the parents listening, to the parents in the auditorium, the dual enrollment program. If you got a freshman coming into Central, need to take a look at that if they can meet the academic requirements. This is one of the jewels we have in this district. I'm proud of the fact that this board and previous boards have stepped forward to offer and supply this program to our students. Parents, check it out. The other thing would be the career technical programs, especially the ag department. Again, I'm proud of this board for their support of the ag department. We are going to be constructing a new building out there, and for this board's support of that. So a lot of times when I meet people out there saying, what are we doing over at Central High School? These are some of the things that we're doing. There's gems out there that you need to take advantage of. Encourage your students to go there. The campus is open to any student in this district. If you wish your child to go there, please contact staff. And to the staff out there, thank you very much.
Trustee Mailing?
Yeah, thank you again. Mine's more of a comment too, and I'd like to thank you and the staff. That FFA has done wonders for my daughter. It's been great, and the culture there is fantastic. Nothing is given; everything is earned there. I mean, yeah, they're voluntold to do things, but I think it helps them. And it's going to help them in their future. And I've gotten to know you in the couple of years, and I'd like to say, I mean, I think you're a great person. I trust you completely with my student or my daughter. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Solis, as well. Thank you.
Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, Principal Holterman. I want to, again, echo my colleagues. Thank you to all the staff that are making Central High such a welcoming environment. And yeah, our ag program is stellar. When I attended the Centennial, I got to talk to a few of the FFA students. They were all just extremely professional, very upright individuals. I also want to comment that I'm very heartened to hear that Central High is taking a second chance approach to grading. I know when I was in Central High about 10 years ago, a few teachers were trying this in certain ways they could, and those opportunities that students had to get a second chance really made the difference in reaching their full potential. Some students did not get a second chance, and they didn't always reach their goal. Some teachers believed in them and gave them a second chance. I'm one of those students that benefited from that, so it really heartens me to hear that we're doing this school-wide. Hopefully, we can expand this to some of our other sites in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Correa?
Trustee Kerfan stole my thunder, so I'll just reiterate how grateful I am to you and your staff for really taking the initiative. There's a lot of inequities that occur in grading and just the educational system as a whole. And so I know that when I heard about what you were doing on that campus, of course, with your team and the teachers' willingness to do that as well is something that is really going to be life-changing for students, not only just mentally in their ability to believe, to improve, and similarly to what Trustee Kerfan was saying, but I just commend you for that, and I do look forward to hopefully eventually seeing that across our other schools. I think it's a great program, but it's a lot of work, and it's a change in mindset and the theory of how we teach and educate, so thank you.
Thank you.
Principal Holterman, thank you so much for your presentation. I think one kind of great point I'm really excited about is that your at least projections are an increase of our graduation rate, especially at one of our sites that has an already outstanding graduation rate. So that's extremely heartening. I wanted to ask if you could speak a little bit. I know we've had a challenge there in the past, and we had a board workshop recently about our suspension rate at Central High School. Could you just kind of share what have been some of the challenges this year, and what are some of the things in place that we're doing to kind of course, hold students in accountability, but at the same time, make sure that we're not needlessly, for instance, suspending students as well?
Mr. Singh, I definitely think this is a subject that we could spend a lot of time on. Again, I can't give you, I can just tell you that it's the couple of groups, as we started to really process through what was happening, it was focused on some students who came and they wanted to be a particular way. And we said, okay, we're not going to be that particular way. And yet we still had to do a lot of work to create the for lack of a better term, we did the conflict resolutions, but we also we would have to go one by one and bring them in and ask them questions and talk with them. And it's a small environment too, so when you're struggling like that, again, we had 40 suspensions up to November, but since November we've only had 10. So the work that we're doing really puts puts it in perspective, but at the same time, it's high school. You know, I also think we have a theory that we are so small, we're seeing things that maybe others don't see. I'm not saying that that's absolutely true. I think not much gets by us. You have 2 locations for bathrooms, and we've got people by those bathrooms, and there's a lot of things going, we see a lot. And so, but like I said, since November, it's really only been 10. We've put a lot of work into that, and we anticipate that we'll be back to our low numbers as we move forward in the years, in the months and years to come. It's a challenge though. And the other thing that we used to have 3 middle schools that would feed us, and so the conflict that would happen in the first couple of months was groups of kids trying to figure out who's what. And so it took a while to put us together, put that together. But again, I anticipate next year as we move forward that there will be some more continuity in that, and we'll see it if it happens. But I pray it doesn't.
No, I really appreciate that, and just to see that the change, you know, when the school year started versus as you're sharing since November, that's extremely heartening. So kudos to your team, to you and for everyone, and the parents and students kind of putting that in place to just create a more positive environment there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Have a great night.
Next, we turn to Superintendent Board Communications.
All right, I'll try to move quickly, but not without giving some important shout outs. Later this week, Thursday night, is our second multilingual celebration. I was thinking about parents' comments earlier. We had our first one on March 6th. Half of our schools who had reclassified students were able to come with their families. We had performances. Cindy Escondone, Annette Grigsby, and Dr. Boatwright did a fantastic job getting it all organized. We've wanted this to happen for a long time, and the first night was great. If you want to come out on Thursday night to Justin Garza's Mall, the rest of our schools who have recognition, we've got a little over 230 students that have reclassified, and there was a great outcome the next day. I don't know if the principals in the room would call it great, but they got a lot of phone calls about what's happening, what's the buzz, what does my student need to do, and that's exactly the momentum that we wanted to create, and so proud of the students for that. I'm also just starting conversations out in our community and trying to do it in our most prominent languages and getting to know our families. I had the first round with families in Arabic and had a great experience, and I'm looking forward to all of the different sessions coming up. I can't quite possibly drink that much coffee, but it is really enjoyable to sit down in small groups and really just talk about their experiences of schooling, what they're interested in, what concerns them, and sometimes they have a specific matter that we can follow up on, but we're making connections that help us get better. Central Girls Basketball, it was mentioned, made history, pretty phenomenal. I think great celebration for them. We'll make sure that they come and get recognized in front of you as well. Next week for our elementary students, we do move to a minimum day schedule because we have parent-teacher conferences. So you might see buses rolling at a different time, but it's an opportunity for our parents to reconnect and start talking about what does summer look like for their student, what is the best thing to do this spring for them, what kind of supports do they need. This week also, some of you may have been getting news from CSBA, it's Ledge Action Week, and so I today participated in one call with Dr. Arambula, and tomorrow with Senator Ana Caballero, and just talking about the things that are important. Specifically, I shared some of the importance of our arts and music grant and the initiatives around that we're counting on. And then lastly, I would like to share with you an appreciation. Often you do an approval of field trips, and they just move through. And I want to point out that one of the field trips that you agreed to was brand new for us, and that was sending some of our staff from Central East. And I see Principal Edmonds
students in the back there. And we had some staff attend the Dream Deferred and HBCU conference in Chicago last week. The conference focused on the state of college readiness for African American students, provided a space to share best practices, key data, and research, checked in with them when they returned, and heard a few things from them. One was just different methods, solutions, ideas of how we can help our students, coming from just a different lane of communication, and an encouragement that we send more next year to it. And then just a reminder, all of the sessions and speakers gave a real reminder of what our students face each day and how important it is as counselors and leaders on campus to be really mindful of that. So on their behalf and ours, thank you for allowing those investments to go through so our staff can go and bring back good information for others. I think that's all for me.
Thank you, Superintendent. Any other board member wish to share anything? Trustee Kirfan?
Thank you, President Singh. Last week, I had the privilege to attend our multilingual reclassification ceremony along with yourself, President Singh, and Trustee Carrillo. It was a great opportunity meeting some of our parents and seeing how far some of our students have gone. I encourage, I think we have another one coming up later this week. I encourage any other trustees who haven't been a chance to go, please attend, and any members of the public who want to see the great diversity that makes our district so strong, please come out as well. Thank you.
Trustee Carrillo?
I had the privilege earlier this month to go read to Liddell, and so it's a nice time to just be able to step back and read to some of the kids. And I was in one of the TK classes, and those little kids are just so cute. So thank you to our superintendent and to Principal Gunstream, and I know we had other invitations from some of our other schools. So thank you for inviting us to read to the students.
And just to Trustee Kirfan's comment, the cutometer is off the charts at the multilingual event. A quick suggestion for Superintendent Davis: drink hot water, fakes out instead of coffee. But one thing I wanted to absolutely highlight and hopefully bring back maybe as a later information item. Yesterday I had an opportunity to go to sort of a convening that was just talking about different opportunities that the state has provided. One that really came to my attention was Cal Kids. So this came up, actually, it started last year in 2022, where every single student that actually is eligible through our LCFF, so we're talking about our English learners, our low-income students, our foster children, and our homeless children, they will be eligible to have a college savings of $500 automatically. And that many graduating seniors from last year may not even know, because the access rate has been so extremely low that they already have $500 sitting in their account for their college education. I'm hoping that in the future opportunity, that's something our district can look into, really promote, and do a proper sort of information item to make sure that the public finds out about that. But I was extremely excited to hear about that and wanted to share. Next, we turn to comments from the public. If any items that are not on the agenda, if anyone would like to come and share with us, and if I can also ask Gilbert if you could put time to allow any of our viewers or listeners at home.
Setting 30 seconds on the clock. "30 seconds have passed, so we have no comments by phone at this time."
Thank you. So we'll next move to our consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Trustee Carrillo. We have a second by Trustee Solis. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Any abstention? Motion carries 6-0 with Trustee Kirfan not here right now. Moving on to our action items. Our first item is number 1, approve the 2022-2023 second interim budget report. Superintendent Davis.
Thank you, President Singh. I think Dr. Boatwright's going to pull up a presentation briefly. I am here to present for you the second interim budget report for review and action, and I want to thank our team for pulling this together. We'll go ahead and get to that second slide, Dr. Boatwright. What you can see in front of you is very similar to what you experienced at the first interim report in terms of reporting our revenues. They don't look really any different than the first interim. But what I did, there were a couple of questions that had come up, and so I did want to point out that while our total revenues show up at $331 million, we did start the year with a $73 million beginning balance. So that's not on this slide, but I know that question had come up. A lot of the funds in here, and we'll talk about it a little bit, are some one-time funds, COVID funds that we've been discussing over the course of time. I want to make sure that we spend all of those dollars down. Go to the next one. It's really weird for it to be behind me and my slides here. So in terms of expenditures to this point in time, as you can see, the majority of expenses in the case of the graphic or the number is salary and benefits. You also see a large number in books and supplies. Please be reminded that when we get one-time funds with plans to spend them in a year, that is where that is placed first until the budget is set up to move it into the categories that whoever is overseeing that budget would move it into. We have, and we'll talk a little bit about what we've spent it on, but we have been implementing a lot of the actions that have been in front of you as a board, and I want to talk a little bit about those after I break the expenditures down into two. Next slide, Tammy. The 357, as you can see, is split between restricted and unrestricted. And so unrestricted, we have a little bit more liberty to how that is spent in terms of the different projects that are getting done, whereas restricted, as it is labeled, will come with very specific uses for that. And you'll see in terms of a very large balance of that in books and supplies, be reminded that that in restricted is going to be a lot of those COVID funds that as they land there and then get moved into the appropriate areas. We have been spending down some of that money that you've seen noted in the second interim report. I want to point out, per your request and action at meetings, some of the things that show up now in the numbers in this book include the classroom supports. Thank you for your support of our instructional aides, increasing those positions to full-time in kindergarten and also in special education. It's really helped to increase our workforce to serve students in their classrooms. Also, action to approve the intervention counselors is one of the items as well that we've made sure has taken place. Last spring, as you recall, the need for changing our schedule warranted some discussion around the buses that we were in need of, and this year we have committed to and purchased additional buses. And then in safety and facility needs, some of the things that COVID expenses can be used for that have been a part of the discussion over time are in place now. So security cameras that have been items, fencing, there's been some trials with vape detectors for our secondary campuses. We've been talking about substance abuse and some of those resources there. And then some contracts that have already come through to you on HVAC upgrades, green space, outdoor lighting for our evening, and then also some recent conversations about moving some of our annex staff in a district office portables over there. So when you look at some of the expenditures, those are definitely some of those big ticket items that we appreciate your support for. As is customary, you'll see the assumptions that this budget is built off of. A couple of things to point out. Our ADA projection is based on a 93% attendance rate. We would like it to be higher, but we are using 93% as that variable, and no change in our unduplicated count when you look out in multiple years. That could increase, but it is set the same throughout. You'll notice the COLA projections, as the governor has released those, are set there. And we'll talk a little bit about commitments in a minute, but you see on this form the commitments that have continued, or the assumptions that the budget is based on, that we have refreshment for technology, instructional materials to buy the curriculum that is adopted, and also some transfer of LCFF funds into deferred maintenance. When we look at multi-year projections, that's a critical piece. I know a part of this discussion, and based on these assumptions and our current expenditures, the projections are noted on this slide. Our revenue will go down as we close out our one-time COVID funds, so you see that over the years going down. And our ending balance this year, because of the expenditures of those one-time funds, is at roughly 13%, and then you notice it goes back to what is customary, the 17 to 20%. We committed last May to, if you recall, we had to pass a resolution for any of the amount of reserve over 10%. We're only able to have a reserve between 5 and 10%. And so we brought to you a recommendation to commit $33 million and have begun in those commitments of the supports in the classroom for instructional aid help, of the purchase for buses and some of the facilities work. And so when you look at the committed amount, you see it now at 28.3. We just carried that through into the out years, but please expect that in May we'll bring back that resolution and we'll look again at the budget and we'll look at where those commitments are made and have a discussion with you on priorities for that. But in making these projections out, we just kept that the same. We do expect our LCFF to continue increasing as well, so the rate of funds there will also assist us. And remember, when you look at this information, or maybe I remind myself of this, these are our projections for what we plan to spend this year and the projects we plan to do. And some of those are planned for, but the project actually doesn't commence until next fiscal year. Or some of them are for staff that we planned to have, but you have been approving contracts to help where we've had shortages. So you will see that come to full when the final report is done. You'll notice the total available at the bottom does meet the requirement of being between 5 and 10% because of those commitments. Not a part of general fund is what is shown on the next slide. These are the other restricted budgets that we carry that range from student body, child nutrition, school bonds, state match, fee preschool, and our health program. And so we wanted to continue to share with you what the activity is within those reports. And then lastly, I do thank you for the questions that you are interested in to make sure. I think it is important to note that this set of reports does reflect a positive certification of financial condition, which is what we want. And we are in that spot and continuing to provide services for our students and for our school programs based on the conversations we have here. So following any questions, we do recommend action on this so that we can submit it on its appropriate timeline to our county office.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Questions from the board? Trustee Mailing?
Thank you. I have two, actually. You touched briefly on books and supplies. Is there any way you could kind of go through that and see what exactly that goes through? Because it looks like it's like $6,000 per student. I was just kind of curious what is all included in that.
So under books and supplies, if I'm understanding you right, the large value there is the process our district goes through. So in some cases, and oh good, she's not here because she was coughing quite a bit. Our librarian team will identify what our adoption is, how many books and materials that we need, and there is a budget specifically for those instructional materials. The additional funds that are showing up in books and materials are often our grants and resources. That's where they go first in that resource code, and then they get distributed out depending on what the grant allows for or where the expenses will go. So when you point that out, I'm not sure if you're looking at the total amount of the 90 million or the line.
Yeah, the 94.
Okay. So in terms of to split that out prior to the grant being received, they would have to notate exactly which budget it would go in, and it is just the practice that as it arrives, it goes into that one spot.
Thank you. And then my second question is, do you see the deferred maintenance being over budget with the rains? And have we seen anything at any of the campuses that need extra care, like roofs or potholes or?
So yes and yes, we are spending for our facilities and the projects that you've seen coming forward as our director, Mr. Rodriguez, who's here tonight, has been bringing forward. We've got a lot of projects that are going on right now, And there is still need for more. We're identifying, we have buildings that need modernization faster than they're on the schedule to be modernized. We have facilities that our community and our staff are advocating for to have a refresh. So we have some committed funds for that. Looking forward to our facilities workshop coming up next month to talk a little bit more about
Where do you think the
those
majority of that
priorities.
money is going to come from? Is it going to come from the general fund, or is it going to come from the bond to fix those deferred issues?
Probably have to be from the general fund, I would say. We have commitments in there, and the reason I say that is we've made a commitment on the bonds to produce certain projects, and those projects are already slated for, and some of the things we're talking about are other repair, roofs, furniture, some of the projects for buildings, and that's above and beyond that.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Sellers?
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I've got a few questions. You mentioned the LCFF revenues that were projected to increase. I was looking at these numbers. Do we have any idea of how these numbers are calculated? What the projected amounts would be?
For LCFF, it's based on a student profile, and they're counted only one time, regardless of the criteria that they meet. So if, as President Singh was mentioning before, if they're an English learner, they're a student of poverty, if they're foster or homeless, they count one time. And as our numbers have been going up in the students of need that meet that criteria, so is the budget. It is set on that basis.
Okay, I was just trying to follow up because I looked at previous year's budgets and they don't quite have the same increases that are projected as these current numbers, so just curious on that.
If I can also add, there's been a concerted effort in, I believe it's every 3 years that number is set. And that number is set most often for the level of poverty based on a free and reduced lunch application that a family turns in. And knowing that the funding formula is based on that, our teams and our school sites have had a really concerted effort to make sure all of those are turned in. And so that has helped in terms of some of the increases you probably noticed of late.
Okay. My next question is the COVID funds or ESSER funds, do we know an approximate amount that we have and when those monies are expected to expire?
I do, and I would like to share that with you. I don't have it with me tonight. We do know very clearly how much we have left in those that are due up in September of 2023 and some in 2024, and we've shared that with you in the past. I anticipated that question, so we are calculating just last month. We had some of the HVAC costs and energy costs go in, and I'd like to make sure those are reflected before we share those with you.
Okay. On that note, talking about HVAC projects and such, some of the projects that the board has approved, such as the well project that is supposed to be reimbursed from the state, is that reflected in this report? I believe the money's being fronted from the general fund, and then we're waiting for reimbursement.
Yes. So at second interim point in time, the budget that we discussed as kind of the front load to State Water Board's decision in March, it's this month, is not yet in there. So right now it is in the general fund.
Okay. So as soon as the state does reimburse, then that money would go back into the general fund?
As soon as, our definition of as soon as is a little bit different than the state's. So yes, we're waiting for their determination. We were just talking about that today. We should get it by the end of March. When they make that determination, it's expected that it will occur. That's what they've been communicating. But their timeline to reimburse for the project is a little different than what we would want.
Okay.
We'll get it, but we won't get it right away as soon as they make their decision. So we'll have to front that money first.
Okay. I apologize. I've got a few more questions. I was looking at the first page here in the report indicates our employee numbers that we currently have, and then in the back of the book, the numbers are the funded positions. I'm just wondering, and I'm not expecting you to answer it tonight, if we can look into it and get back at how many funded positions we have versus how many are actually filled?
I'll get back with you to clarify that. They're going back through and scrubbing it. One process was used earlier this year to calculate one of the numbers, and then when we did the second interim report, those couldn't be a one-to-one match, so they're trying to do that at this time.
Okay.
Just in advance, appreciate patience, but we'll true those numbers up, certainly before the school year is over, and as soon as I have it, I'll share it.
Okay. The 9.5% raise that was voted for the MSC employees, is that, it doesn't appear to be reflected in this side.
That is reflected except for the MSC. The MSC that we just voted on will be at the end of year.
Okay. Then the numbers for the CUDA bargaining group and the CSEA group, can we confirm those numbers are accurate of what the amount was, the cost? They appear to be the exact same.
Okay, I'll check on those.
Okay. I have no further questions at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Correa?
Thank you. I just have one question, and so we anticipate that there's going to be an increase in LCFF funding over the next couple years, and I know that the formula is sometimes modified. When do we expect to see a plan as to how those funds will be used? I know that a lot of them, I mean, they're specific to the specific student groups that the funding is based on, and I know this is one of the things that I constantly struggle because a lot of our funds are allocated to salaries that support not just those specific subgroups. So I'm just curious when we will see a plan, and do we anticipate allocating some of these additional funds to help the specific students who need the assistance? I mean, we have our foster care youth and our English learners and some of our other subgroups that really need more support in order to be successful and to meet some of the standards that we've established.
So the process for that is already underway. It has been happening by way of survey as well as meetings, both on campuses and the regional meetings that were mentioned earlier, where we're gathering input, of which you can also help give us input to that. When you will see it will be, the draft will be posted of the LCAP plan, our local control accountability plan, will account for all of those funds that we receive and the plans for those. It's a pretty hefty plan, so we try to usually also do kind of a side-by-side of what's within all of those goals and what are the different additions that we're looking to add based on the identified need for students. So that would come in May. You would be approving that. You would see it formally, a draft in May, and then you would approve it formally in June. The input's happening now.
When we received the LCUP plan, and I don't recall what we've done in the past, can you guys make sure that you provide us the specific feedback that parents are submitting, separate and apart from whatever incorporation is being added to the plan based on that feedback, please?
Yes, we'll make sure we draw your attention to that. We do not only share that, but we also share, there's a formal part of the process that the Parent Advisory Council, so representatives from each school site council, they formally review it and give feedback, ask questions, and all of that communication also is shared with you.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, would anyone like to enter? Oh, Trustee Solis.
Statement to the superintendent. I'm assuming this, since we have the funds in the books, that we're going to be making early purchases for the seniors at Garza High School, so we don't have a repeat of past history where we have students and no books, correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Also, you did mention the need for the workshop. I would like to echo that. Also, within the workshop, I think it would be very important for facilities to provide us a calendar report of each school site, when they qualify for state funding to rehab, because we want to maximize the use of state money to rehab the buildings over our general budget money. That's it.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
I so move.
Motion by trustee Cervantes.
Second.
Second by trustee Solis. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Those abstain. Motion carries 7-0. Next, we move on to action item number 2, accept gifts to the district. Assistant Superintendent Collegian.
Thank you, Trustee Singh. Board of Trustees, the following gifts to the district are attached for your review. The first one goes to Central High School ASB. They received $20 from Safe Drivers of America, and then $1,000 from Mike McGaughy's Classic Chevy Parts Incorporated Company for their ASB general account as well. The second one goes to the Justin Garza girls soccer program. Total of $5,850 was donated by a number of donors as listed in the attachment to the board agenda for your review. Again, we are thankful and grateful for all the donors who help support our programs. For our students here in Central Unified, administration is recommending approval to accept the gifts to the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Collegian. Any questions? Thank you to those that provided those gifts. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by trustee Solis, second by trustee Carrillo. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining? Thank you. Motion passes 7-0. Next, we move on to item number 3, approve board members to participate on committee to honor alumni. Superintendent Davis.
Thank you. This item returns to you from a previous discussion earlier, I believe in January. The conversation was around recognizing our alumni more often than one time a year. So we've attached the criteria. Certainly is a part of the future committee's work to review that and make sure that we've written it in a way that attracts a lot of our alumni to nominate themselves or others. We are looking to convene a committee. The committee would be expected to meet 3 to 4 times a year. This would be we could set some cycles for when we take submissions, convene the group, probably hybrid for those to make it as convenient as possible for people to be there. And not to say yes or no necessarily, but to determine at what point in the year we could calendar those in for recognition. You'll see a timeline is attached and a tentative composition, certainly trying to keep it a reasonable size for the work and trying to streamline the process to get this started. So we are seeking interest, as was discussed when this first came up, that you might have 2 members, 1 or 2, your choice. I worked off the 2 because I had heard that in the previous discussion that might like to be involved.
Thank you so much. And just for the board in general, to Superintendent Davis's point, I just wanted to reiterate the purpose of this is really to honor our community, honor our alumni, honor those in memoriam. It is not to be necessarily a competitive competition. It is actually more to actually increase engagement and just really celebrate our community. I have a comment or question from Trustee Carrillo, and then I saw Trustee Solis' hand as well.
I was going to nominate you to serve as one of our board members if you're interested.
Okay. Well, we'll take any comments first, and then we'll look for nominations.
I'll nominate myself.
Okay. I was going to actually nominate you if you were interested, Trustee Carrillo. If anyone else interested to nominate?
You could do 2 nominations and an alternate.
Yeah, that's a possibility. That probably works. I guess I'll first go with well, in that case, we'll definitely have 1 alternate. I actually like that.
I'll serve as the alternate. If
Okay.
neither of you has any objection.
No.
Okay. So then I'd move to nominate Trustee Solis and President Singh to serve as committee members and myself to serve as an alternate.
I'll second that motion.
So we have a motion by Trustee Carrillo and a second by Trustee Kirfan. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. Those abstaining? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you so much, and look forward to serving with you, Trustee Solis, and as an alternate, Trustee Carrillo. Next, we move on to item number 4, approve employee out-of-state travel. Mrs. Bergman.
Good evening, Board President Singh, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Davis. Requests for all out-of-state travel for which reimbursement will be claimed shall be approved in advance by Board of Trustees. This evening, there are 2 out-of-state travel requests for employees, the Model School Conference and Meet GCU Grand Canyon University. Documentation is attached, and administration is recommending the board approve this item. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the board? Trustee Kirfan?
Thank you, President Singh. Are our employees with Central Unified subject to Assembly Bill 1887 banning state employees from out-of-state travel to certain states?
Do you want me to answer that?
Please.
So we checked into that, and the funding being used is allowable. It is the only location for the conference, and we're using appropriate funding. And for the second trip that's on there, it is being funded by another agency in their work with recruitment for employees here, and that was also allowable.
Thank you. So we are within state law to approve this?
We are.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Was there another hand? Trustee Cervantes?
In regards to the conference that's going on at the Grand Canyon University, how are they selected? Our staff members that are attending, do they volunteer, or do they put their name in a hat, or do they actually qualify, or how does that happen?
Trustee Cervantes, I could take that question. It's actually not a conference, so our local representative for Grand Canyon University came over and met with our Human Resources Department and asked us if they would be interested in coming and talking to the students who attend the teacher credential program at Grand Canyon. And I offered the 2 openings they had to one of our principals and one of our HR coordinators in human resources to go and meet with the students and establish a relationship for hopefully establishing a recruitment pipeline between Central Unified and University.
Okay, thank you. How about on the other one, on the model school, I believe?
The Model School Conference being held in Florida, Mr. Edmonds and his staff have built a culture of learning for all students, and their goal is to continue that work and glean from that conference and bring it back.
So it's a team of folks that represent, okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have a motion? Motion by Trustee Solis.
Second.
And a second by Trustee Sellers. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. Those abstaining? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Item number 5. Before Mr. Rodriguez, before you start, I just wanted to, you can come up. I just wanted to share something with my fellow board members. This item had originally, the administration had brought it up to for an information item. I had requested it to come to an action item based on the immediacy of the particular need, as well as the fluctuating prices that we have seen in making these purchases. And so item number 5 and 7 come as an action item for this reason. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Board President, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Davis. For your consideration tonight, the district has received 2 media education proposals for furniture for both the Justin Garza High School interim portables and for the counseling staff. If the board recalls, on January 10th, 2023, the board authorized the lease of 8 interim portable classrooms that are needed to accommodate the increased enrollment of students at Justin Garza High School for the 2023-2024 school year. That will expand from grades 9th, 10th, and 11th graders to 9th through 12th graders. This increase in enrollment will also impact counseling staff and the vital services that they provide, where there will be the need for additional furniture to meet the growing needs of our students. The new furniture will help create a positive learning experience for our students, and administration is recommending approval of this item, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Trustee Mailing.
Thank you. I just have one quick question, and I don't have a problem with it all, but how do we decide that it's going to be funded with developer fee funds and not, say, a bond?
Well, the furniture and equipment we typically use for furniture F&E for like the VAPA Center. We use the developer fees for that. The bond funds covers the construction portion.
And we've always used developer fees to purchase?
For furniture,
For
yes,
furniture?
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just curious. Thank you.
Trustee Correa.
So it is my hope that after we finish the VAPA building, we won't need these portables. And so with that in mind, how will we be able to relocate this furniture? Can we use it in other locations or in the VAPA building or elsewhere?
Yes, it will be moved to the VAPA building where it was intended to go in the first place.
Okay, thank you. I'll second.
Motion by Trustee Cervantes, second by Trustee Carrillo. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Item number 6, adopt resolution 222340, approving grant agreement for CalShape ventilation program. Mr. Bart.
Good evening, Board President Singh, Board members, and Superintendent Davis. This evening, I have an item for you guys. The district was approved for the CalShape grant, ventilation grant. The grant provides funds for HVAC assessments, filters, and carbon dioxide monitors for the following 6 sites: Pathway Elementary Community Day, Central East High School, Williams Heroian, Liddell Elementary, River Bluff Elementary, and Rio Vista Middle School. The grant award was $784,890. Administration is recommending the board adopt resolution 2223-40, approving the grant agreement for CalShape ventilation program. Attached are the necessary documents, and happy to answer any questions.
Question by Trustee Sellers? Or, sorry, comment.
If this is approved, do we have an estimated time frame of when this project will begin and how long it will take?
Right now, that's what I'm working on to try to figure out with the vendors available who can set it up as fast as we can. I do want to move on it. This is our second round. We had an earlier round approved earlier this year. So all of our school sites minus Justin Garza and Central Online Homeschool will be getting some form of this, and so the goal is to work on it starting this summer. There's still some hoops we need to jump through and some stuff we need to clear up before we can start that, but the hope is this summer we are starting, and it will probably take us close to the estimate right now they're giving me is about 18 months, just because we won't be able to get it all done over the first summer, so we'll have to do it over breaks, and it just depends on who we finally end up going with.
Okay, so if it does, the 23 school year begins, or 23-24 school year, this isn't going to affect the HVAC systems that our classrooms will not be usable?
No, what this grant allows us to do is an HVAC assessment that basically assesses our HVAC units, provides us a report, and gives us a roadmap to what that unit needs or if we need to make any necessary adjustments. The filters are just filters that we can do outside, and the thermostat was actually a carbon monoxide monitor, or dioxide monitor with a thermostat. So that's going to take the longest because we have to go into the classroom and swap them out. I believe we'll be able to get those done with minimal invasion of school time.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Trustee
President Singh. What kind of filters will we be installing on these sites?
The grant is calling out for MERV 13. Some of our units are older, so they cannot take a MERV 13. They will choke out the HVAC unit. So we're going to be putting the highest efficient filter that we can put into the unit.
You said they're called MR13?
MERV 13, MERV, and then the dash 13.
Thank you. And with regards to the world we live in these days, will these filters help reduce transmission of COVID-19 in the classroom?
No, the filters won't. They're not coated. During the COVID time, there was filters that had a coating on them. We actually have ionizers built. We added them to all of our school units to actually clean and scrub the air, and we have other options or other measures that we took to do that are still in place.
Okay, that's great. Do we still have those?
Yes, we still have them.
Okay, and then will these filters also help us in maybe the fall semester with regards to any wildfire smoke we may have?
I would like to say yes, but realistically, when you go higher in the MERV county and the MERV rating, they actually are less air is able to pass through because it traps more. So if there is more air pollution, it actually will get plugged faster, and we'll have to change it out.
Okay. We say if, but with the amount of pollution we have in the Central Valley, it's when. So when we have large amount of pollution, whether it's regards to ag burns or wildfire smoke that's out of our control, what is our plan to make sure our classrooms have clean air?
Yeah, so the maintenance department has a schedule to change out filters on a quarterly basis. That's kind of the minimum.
Mm-hmm.
With the amount of construction we have, we do that sometimes on a monthly basis, depending on the need. This grant really doesn't affect that. It's just we're going to get, we get about 2 changes worth of filters with this grant. So everything we do on top of that will still take place. It just gives us an additional 2 filter changes per unit.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have a motion?
Second.
Motion by trustee Cervantes, second by trustee Carrillo. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Those abstaining? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Item number 7, approved purchase of 4 diesel school buses. Mr. Bott.
Good evening again. So the district has been approved for funding through Measure C and the FCTA, Fresno County Transportation Authority, for 4 replacement school buses. Attached are the piggyback and the quotes for the buses. Administration is requesting the Board of Trustees to authorize administration is recommending the board approve the purchase of these 4 diesel buses.
Questions or comments from the board? Trustee Kerflan?
I'll defer to Trustee Sellers.
Sure, trustee Sellers.
The model of the bus that we're projected or looking to get, this is a make and model that we currently have in our fleet.
Yes.
How has our experience been with that? Do we have any warranty issues or maintenance problems or anything along that line?
Although with new buses, we have pretty good luck. We have a 5-year warranty, which pretty much covers everything. So the maintenance cost on these vehicles, we're not really seeing a big influx till later. The average cost on maintenance is like about $5,000. We can anticipate $5,000 a year, barring any major repairs. But we've had really good luck with this make and model. And really, we have a couple different vendors where there's only 2 vendors that provide school buses in the state of California, but they've been pretty good.
Okay, so no major downtime issues or anything?
During the COVID time, I would say only for parts, but nothing normal.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Kerflan?
Thank you, President Singh. So my next question would be, first off, do these buses have seat belts?
Yes.
Okay. And then I see that we're moving toward a diesel bus. Is there any reasoning why we didn't try to go for a electric or alternative fuel bus?
Yes, the main reason is just the infrastructure. When we switch to either CNG buses, electric buses, the infrastructure there to provide services for our district greatly reduced. There's not we don't have CNG pumps readily available to maybe if we're taking a trip to the Bay Area or to the Central Coast, we're not going to be able to fuel it. So then this bus won't be able to be used for that. So with diesel buses, their emission testing is very good, and we're actually able to use it for more of not just home to school, but for everything.
Okay, their emission testing is good, but not the same as
Not the
carbon
same,
neutral.
but it is compared to what the buses were in the early 2000s, late 90s, far better.
All right. Harm reduction is good then. Thank you. No further questions.
Yes.
Trustee Creel?
I just want to make sure, I know the item says replacement, so this means we crush a bus, we get a bus.
Yes.
Thank you. And with that, I'll move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Creel, second by Trustee Kerfan. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Those abstaining. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Bott.
Thank you.
Board Chair. Board Chair. Can I go back to item 6 just really quick? We forgot to express our gratitude for getting almost $750,000 in a grant for that ventilation work. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I do want to pass that to our Superintendent Davis and our past CBO who really jumped. I was actually on leave when all this happened, but they pushed on it and kept it going.
We are grateful.
Thank you. Next, we move on to our information items. Information N1, receive information regarding summer school 2023. Dr. Boatwright.
Thank you. So tonight we are bringing information to you regarding this year's plans for our summer program. Summer school is held each year to support our students that are at risk in reading. One major difference this year that I really want to highlight is that students in kindergarten through 8th grade will be pre-enrolled for summer school based on academic need. We've never done that before. So parents will need to opt out their student if they wish for them not to attend this summer's program. So students that aren't reading at grade level, we know that they need a longer school year to build those skills, and so we intend to make every effort possible to provide an extended school year for those students. And then we'll also be offering credit retrieval and courses that can be completed for original credit. Before I turn this over to Mr. Garrett, I know that there were some questions that came up about our special populations of students attending summer programs. So for example, our migrant students, those students will be enrolled in the pre-enrollment process, and they'll also be able to access our district-provided transportation services. And so with that, I will hand it over to Area Administrator Jeff Garrett.
Good evening, President Singh, members of the board, and Superintendent Davis. As Dr. Boatwright said, we are excited to provide another great year of summer programs and provide an overview of those programs this evening. As we have in the past, we are hosting our kindergarten through 4th grade and our 5th through 7th grade literacy camps at Harvest Elementary and Glacier Point Middle School, respectively. All of our students that are enrolled, as Dr. Boatwright said, in those literacy camps will also be enrolled in that extended learning program in the afternoon. McKinley Elementary will host our kinder camp as well as our elementary extended school year program, and Central East High School will be hosting our secondary extended school year programs, credit recovery, original credit courses. This year is they will also be hosting our 8th grade bridge program. This will include academic support as well as information on academic plans and skills for success in high school. We're also excited this summer to bring back our fee-based summer enrichment program. This program is taking place at Glacier Point as well and provides families with an additional enrichment option during the summer at a minimal cost. Again, we're looking forward to a great and successful summer. This item does not require any action, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett. Questions, Trustee Solis?
Will all the academic camps be offering either breakfast or lunch to the kids?
Yes, they will both.
Trustee Creel?
For the fee-based enrichment program, I know it says that it's being developed and more information to come. What is that? What have we hosted in the past? And what was the fee for, and why can't we do this for free or use some of our funds instead?
It originated, I would say maybe about a decade or more ago was CISA, and that took place over the summer and was hosted here at the high school. Some of you may be familiar with that acronym from the past. It morphed over the years into the summer fee-based enrichment program, which for a minimal fee provided technological, like computer class, physical education activities, a cooking class, and an art class in a 4-period rotation at the same campus as our middle schools. It's an additional opportunity for students that maybe aren't taking part in our literacy camps, in our elementary to middle or elementary grade levels, and the minimum fee is to cover the costs of the material supplies. They also incorporate multiple field trips during that period of time as well, and that would help pay for that transportation. We do assume taking care of the costs of the staffing for that, but it did cover the supplies and materials for the things that they're doing.
Trustee, I'm sorry.
Can I request that we have that item returned once it's fully developed? I'd like to know what the cost is. My concern is that I know the last time I looked at the demographics of our district, I want to say like 68% or maybe 70% are identified as socially disadvantaged students. And so I'd be concerned with the ability of our families to even pay a very nominal fee. And so we would be excluding them. So I'd like to see and receive more information about that once that's developed, if possible, please.
I'd also like to add, Trustee Carrillo, that we do offer scholarships to students that are in need. So if a student is not in our literacy camp or one of our other summer programs based on academic need, but do wish to attend our fee-based, then we do have a program. We do have fees that will cover those costs for those students as needed.
Okay, thank you. I would still request that information. I know, was it 2 years ago that we approved allocating $8 million to a separate funding source? So I would like to explore and for this board to consider whether it's something that we would instead allocate some of those funds so that it's provided for free, especially if it's intended to provide enrichment to our students. I think it's a great benefit that we should be investing in.
Yes, we'll bring that back.
Thank you.
And as a reference, I can let you know that previous to it not existing over the course of the pandemic, it was a $75 fee was its previous amount.
Mr. Garrett, do you remember when was the last time we had that program? I'm wondering if I was already on the board because I don't remember.
Yes, we last held it at Ria Vista, and I want to say the summer of 2019.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you, President Singh. So how many elementary students are we anticipating to participate in this program?
Both programs, the K4 and the 5-7, we typically see approximately 500 students participate.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're going to have enough room at Harvest Elementary for, a district-wide program.
Yes, we will.
Only one side.
No, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, we can bring this item back as, sorry, Trustee Kerfan?
One more question. So are we going to have transportation for sites such as Harvest Elementary?
Yes, we follow our regular district transportation policy that we would follow during the regular school year over the summer program as well.
Okay, thank you.
I was just going to echo and say thank you for providing that transportation and also including the migrant kids. Thank you.
If there's no objection, we'll bring this item back as a consent item, and we'll come back in information regarding Trustee Carrillo's request.
So it's just an yeah.
Oh, sorry. That's right. Sorry.
So I'm just
My apologies.
asking that an item come back as information, providing us the update as to what the fee-based enrichment looks like.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Creo, wouldn't you rather have it as an action in case the information you receive needs to take action for the funding?
Sure, I don't mind that.
Superintendent Davis, when would this item return if we wanted to have it come back?
I'll need to talk to the group that plans it, and we'll have to evaluate with some of the ideas and questions you're asking. Its original intent was our families were asking for a summer camp option that was less expensive than what's available in the Valley. And some of the ideas that are being brought up, we probably better evaluate that. So give us at least a meeting or two to come back, which would be probably the earliest. We don't have a meeting at the start of April, so end of April.
Thank
So,
you. Oh, sorry.
President Singh, too, and thank you, Trustee Solis, for bringing that up. I would say, depending on what the timing of the item, if it's something that would then need immediate action for us to allocate funding for it, then I'll leave it to your discretion as to whether it comes back as an action first or information.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any objection from anyone to do that, right?
Yeah, when we set up the agenda, we'll have that discussion on where.
Great, thank you all.
Thank you. Item number 2, receive information regarding district dress code policy. Mr. Garrett.
Good evening again. Each year, the Board of Trustees review the district dress code outlined in Board Policy and Administrative Regulations 5132. Input collection historically began in January, but this year sites began collecting input in November in an effort to increase student participation in that process. Site leadership met with student groups such as ASB, Student Council, leadership classes, principal roundtables, and the superintendent student roundtable. Discussions were also held with site leadership teams. Input was continued to be collected in January, requesting any additional feedback from students, parents, and staff. This feedback was collected via Parent Square, emails, phone calls, or in person. This process also included providing our community with the board meeting dates when the item would be presented for information and for action. Recommended updates have been made to the administrative regulation and include streamlining the dress code as to not be repetitive and grouping like topics together. Updates also reflect an effort to remove language around certain width or length and utilize language that defines appropriate student dress. Language has been removed for bandanas and changed for specific expectations around piercings and hairstyles to provide additional clarity on what would be an individual's self-expression. Documentation is attached, and administration is recommending that this item be placed on the March 28th agenda for action, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Trustee Solis.
Can you tell me, from what I see on the dress code, are students allowed to wear shorts?
I apologize. Can you repeat the question?
Are students allowed, per our dress code, to wear shorts?
Students are allowed to wear shorts? Yes, sir.
Are different school sites allowed to modify that requirement?
Not to wear shorts. Any attire should be worn as it's designed to be worn, but not to change what would be allowable, such as shorts.
Can you please check and bring back the information? Are students allowed to wear shorts at Glacier Point?
We will get that information.
Thank you.
Trustee Kerfan.
Thank you, President Singh. In the student groups you referenced that were consulted, which thank you again for consulting our students. I think it's very important that we get their perspective on this. Mm-hmm. I did not hear the Black student unions mentioned. Were they consulted?
I would have to check with individual campuses on what groups outside of their ASB and their leaderships groups. There were some sites that also met with other clubs or student groups, but that did vary from site to site, so I couldn't tell you exactly what clubs or groups on each campus in addition to those that I mentioned.
Okay, thank you. And man, are bandanas allowed under this proposed rule?
So the current dress code policy does say that bandanas are not allowed. Mm-hmm. What we did is there is styles where bandanas can be worn as part of in people's hairs. They'll tie them in a ponytail, things such as that. There's concern that has been in the past associated with dress code that the bandana would be representation of gang affiliation. That's already listed in our current dress code in regards to attire that would symbolize gang affiliation. So that update is to allow bandanas that are not worn in that way to be allowable.
Thank you. And I can't find it at the moment, but I believe somewhere in the proposed changes, it mentioned Crocs. As in the issue?
So when we collect the information, we want to provide a inclusive list of everything that was provided as suggestions. Crocs were mentioned by a couple of different people, information that was brought back to me. That was mainly at the elementary level. Crocs, the dress code states that at the elementary level, sandals or sandals need to have a backstrap on the heel, and Crocs do have that. They can flip forward, so it would be more of just maintaining that they're being worn correctly, but that was the reason that is on the list that was provided.
I see, thank you. So this proposed change would just eliminate that, so you can clarify that they are allowed as long as they're worn correctly?
Crocs are not currently not allowed. As long as they, like a sandal, have a back strap on the heel, that should be sufficient. So they would just need to be worn as needed.
I see. Thank you.
Trustee Carrillo?
Thank you. How are we ensuring that the policy is being implemented the same at each school site? Because one of the discussions, Superintendent Davis hosted students as part of her student cabinet, and we were having this discussion, and some of the students did express that depending on what campus they're on, some enforce certain policy, and a lot of the concerns about the length of shorts or the length of shirts. So I appreciate some of the changes, especially with respect to like baggy clothes, because then it's leaving it up to administration to judge. But that's still a bit of a concern. So can you just share a little bit about how administration enforces the policy at each site, and how we make sure that we're being equitable in enforcement?
With each update, that would be distributed to administrative teams at each site. There is not a current process that we go through annually in regards to dress code violations or consistency of enforcement. We do stress that that is our dress code policy, and there is the consistency that needs to be there at all of our sites. But in having specific numbers for you, I would not have that.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Kerfan?
Thank you. I actually have one more question. I was going through some more questions we were given previously. Is there anything in our dress code regarding Halloween costumes?
There's nothing specifically for Halloween costumes. Halloween costumes, typically at elementary school sites, are associated with literacy characters, so a character that's in a book, and then there's criteria of not having any type of fake weaponry, blood, gore, those sorts of things. No masks on those days, but the costume itself in a character that lives within a text or a story book is acceptable for students to wear at Halloween.
Okay. Does that also go for like the high schools as well? If they're wearing a non-gory, non-weapon costume, are they allowed to wear that on Halloween?
Yeah, we do have students that participate at the high school level as well. It's just not as widespread as at the elementary.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
If no other questions, I'll ask for this item to actually return as action.
Thank you.
Thank you. Information item number 3, receive information regarding Resolution 222339 on the issuance and sale of general obligation bonds from the 2020 election, Measure D, Series B, in the amount not to exceed $45 million. Superintendent Davis.
Apologize for the lengthy title, but it's all very important. I'd like to introduce you to Mark Farrell, who has worked closely with us, with Dale Scott and company. We've asked him to come here tonight because he certainly has a background and can help explain next steps for us. We are definitely desiring to make sure we have money available as our facility projects come up, and the next step would be to sell some bonds in the process. So, Mark, thank you for being here, and thank you for waiting through the agenda for your turn. Appreciate it.
There we go. Good evening, President Singh, trustees, Superintendent Davis. So, short presentation to talk about the issuance of the final amount of Measure D, and then happy to answer any questions. So on the first slide. So since we're talking about the general obligation bond program, as you may know, the bonds are backed or paid by property taxes on all taxable property in the district. So we start by looking at the district's assessed value. The growth has been very strong, especially since the 2020 election. At the time of the election, we were projecting 4% growth for these 3 years after the election. And you can see 5.6, 5.7, and 8.8% last year. So the fact that assessed value is growing at or above our projections just helps enable the district to issue the bonds. The next big factor in bonds are interest rates. And we had the luxury in 2020 of issuing the first series of Measure D bonds at some of the absolute lowest interest rates in history as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Interest rates came up very quickly starting at the beginning of 2022 as inflation started to return. And you can see rates have been pretty volatile over the past year or so, kind of spiking up and down depending on what the market's perceptions are about the future of inflation, how quickly the Fed is going to increase rates, or how quickly the Fed is going to have to start reducing interest rates. And so, rates are definitely higher than they were in 2020. They may be a little bit higher than the average over the past 10 years, but they're, if we took this chart back another 10 or 20 years, you'd see interest rates much, much higher. So I would say interest rates are in a more normal environment today than they were at the ultra low period in 2020. So here we have a summary of the Series B bonds based on interest rates as of last week. And I'll start on the chart on the left. The chart on the left shows the actual and projected tax rates for Measure D. And you'll notice in 2023 an extremely low tax rate of about $13 per 100,000 of assessed value. The Measure D bonds were planned and structured to keep a tax rate of around $60 per 100,000. Unfortunately, the county last year took funds that were supposed to be allocated to the 23-24 fiscal year, applied them to this current fiscal year, caused a big drop in the tax rate. They're going to have to recover that next year, so we're going to see a little bit of a spike in the tax rate next year, before then hopefully dropping back down to $60 going forward, assuming there's no other mistakes. And then on the right, we have the summary for the Measure D issuance, the final $45 million. About $38 million will be issued as current interest bonds, a little under $7 million as capital appreciation bonds. The payments will go out 29 years. Based on rates last week, the average rate would be about 4.6%. That means total payments of around $105 million, or this repayment ratio, 2.35 to 1. So $2.35 for every dollar that is borrowed. State law limit is 4%, so well under the state law limit. And then the bonds will be able to be refinanced as early as August 1, 2023. So that optional prepayment date is basically the first date where the bonds can be taken away from investors, refinanced at lower interest rates, and those savings passed on to the district's taxpayers. And this chart just shows the overall tax rates for all of the district's outstanding bonds. There's 4 different bond authorizations, the 2004, 2008, 16, and 2020. So we can see that little spike again in 22, 23, and then the tax rates start to drop off after the 2004 bonds are repaid and kind of continue to decline as prior bonds are repaid. And this, the orange 2020 bars assume and include those Series B issuance. And last, looking at the timeline, we'll bring the resolution back for the board's consideration on March 28th. Following either that week of the board meeting or the week after, we'll meet with the rating agency to update the district's credit rating. Hopefully get that rating back around April 6th. Distribute the preliminary official statement. You have a draft of that in your package. That's the document that discloses all of the information that investors would want to know about the district before purchasing the bonds. So that document would go out on April 11th. And then we could lock in interest rates on April 18th with the pricing of the bonds, and the district would have the funds in hand on May 3rd. Happy to answer any questions.
No question, but comment, bonds are paying.
Trustee Sellers?
Do you know what the district's current credit rating is?
Excuse me, AA minus, AA3.
Okay. And if it was to improve, that would get us a better rate?
So similar to, let's say, personal credit ratings, the higher the rating, the lower the interest rate. It has slight impact on lowering the interest rate, yes.
Okay.
I would expect the district would maintain the existing rating.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Trustee Solis?
Would like to encourage the board that this is time sensitive. I mean, we need to get a price lock on these bonds by April 18th, because there's a good chance that if the economy tanks this summer, we're going to be stuck with bonds that nobody's going to want. And not part of this gentleman's duties, but our duties are to use those bonds to finish our constructions of our new schools. So I would just like to, how can I say, impress on the board, this is time sensitive. We need to hurry up and rush to that April 18th date to get a price lock on these bonds. Otherwise, we're going to have to reconsider our long-term construction here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll have the item returned back to our next meeting as part of our action agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 4, receive information regarding Assembly Bill 181, Home to School Transportation Reimbursement Transportation Plan. Mr. Bott.
Good evening, board members, once again. So recently, Assembly Bill 181 was passed, which allows school districts to be reimbursed for a total of 60% for eligible expenditures. We got a short presentation that we'll go through. I'll provide some background. I also want to really quick introduce the lovely person next to me. This is Crystal Lanfranco. She is our Assistant Director of Transportation and does pretty much a lot of this stuff is a lot of her hard work and getting us a lot of this information. So I just wanted to make sure you guys knew who she was. So a quick presentation going over everything. The Transportation Department gathered information from various stakeholders throughout a survey sent out via Parent Squirrel and posted on the district's website. It was opened on February 17th of 2023 to gather input from classified certificated parents and students. The survey was also available in English, Spanish, and Punjabi. The survey was also sent out to Fresno Area Transit and the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. Community Engagement Night was also held on March 1st, 2023 for the community wishing to provide input in person. Spanish and Punjabi interpreters were available to assist the community. Attached to this item was both ed codes that are applicable, our transportation presentation, and a draft copy of our transportation plan. So with that, during this presentation, we're going to go over the ed code and the administrative regulations and board policy that govern transportation services for our school district. Then we can go over our draft transportation plan that meets the criteria for AB 181. So what's the purpose for Assembly Bill 181? Currently, home-to-school transportation is not mandated by the state of California, and thus many school districts provide limited home-to-school transportation. Our district provides this service by using general funds to support it. Assembly Bill 181 provides an increased reimbursement to school districts that provide home-to-school transportation. The bill allows local educational agencies starting in 2022-2023 to receive up to 60% of their reimbursable costs for home-to-school transportation. This number we can go into more depth as it is outlined in the transportation plan under the logistical information. The bill requires LEAs to summarize current and planned transportation services for students and prohibits charging a fee for unduplicated pupils. So, next slide. So Assembly Bill 181 and Ed Code 398001, that gives us the roadmap to create our plan. So I'm going to go over the specifics and how that pertains to our transportation plan. So component 1 is a local educational agency shall develop a plan describing the transportation services it offers to its pupils and how it will prioritize planned transportation services in transitional kindergarten, and any grades 1 to 6 inclusive, and pupils who are low income. The plan shall be adopted by our board members, and on or before April 1st, 2023, and updated April 1st each year thereafter. That is a big part of this. This is not a one-time plan. This is a plan that will be updated yearly, and we will continue to bring that back to the board to review every year. Component number 2 is a description of the local educational agency's transportation services that would be accessible to pupils with disabilities and homeless children and youth. Component 3 is a description of how unduplicated pupils would be able to access available home-to-school transportation at no cost to the pupil. Next, sorry, Tammy. Okay. So as I previously stated, we did have a survey that went out to gather information from our community members and educational partners. The plan shall be presented and adopted at a governing board meeting, in an open meeting with an opportunity for in-person and remote public comment. We may partner with a municipally owned transit system like FACTS to provide service to our middle school and high school pupils. And the last part is we will not, we can provide no-cost transit passes to our pupils. I'm going to pass it over to Crystal Lamfranco. She'll go over our administrative regulations and board policy.
Good evening. Central Unified's Administrative Regulation 3541 for transportation routes and services states it's the policy of the governing board that school bus transportation will be provided to students who reside within district boundaries and attend district schools according to the conditions set forth herein. All students in grades K through 6 living 1 or more miles from their school of attendance, and all students in grades 7 through 12 living 2 or more miles from their school of attendance shall be furnished school bus transportation. Special education students shall be furnished school bus transportation in accordance with the findings and recommendations of their individual education program. All distances shall be measured using the shortest route from the student's residence or the closest entrance to the student's residence to the closest entrance to the school grounds. All students K through 12 bus stops shall be safely located no further than the designated walking distance from their residence to the school. As mentioned in condition number 2, the board policy 3541.2 for transportation for students with disabilities. The governing board shall ensure that appropriate transportation services are provided for students with disabilities as specified in their individual education program or accommodation plan. The district shall make home-to-school transportation available for students at no cost to the parents or guardian. The superintendent or designee shall establish criteria and procedures for determining the most appropriate mode or method of transportation for an individual student based on their identified needs as determined in the IEP. And this could be on a yellow school bus or medical transport. Thank you.
And so as previously mentioned, the draft transportation plan was available, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Trustee Carrillo?
Yeah, I had some follow-up questions. I haven't had the chance to read the entire plan. But with respect to the presentation, what costs are reimbursable under the bill?
So our salaries, employee benefits, books, and our supplies and services. The main things that aren't, it's actually a little bit more important what's not reimbursable, which is our capital outlay, like purchasing buses. If we need to do any major repairs that would fall under that object code, those are not reimbursable.
Okay. So initially, when I read this bill, or the funding for this, because this was part of the budget bill, I thought this was going to, in essence, increase our funding for transportation.
Yes.
Because I thought of it from the perspective of, well, if we can get reimbursed up to 60%, that means that 60% we'd be able to continue to allocate. But my understanding is that's not actually what's happening. So can you just kind of maybe dumb down for me so that I understand? We can receive reimbursement up to 60%, but where are then the costs that we're getting reimbursed being spent or allocated to?
Yeah, I mean, even when there's also, I mean, there's been a lot of bills, two bills that actually died on the assembly floor regarding school transportation, and I'm sure there's going to be more. This is really step one in a longer process for home school transportation in the state of California. When it comes down to the reimbursement and how the funding works, is we are still spending the money up front. So the initial year, if you look at Table 5 on our transportation plan, our total expenditures that are going to be reimbursable is $6.45 million. We still have to spend that money, and that is money that is already spent, and then we get it reimbursed, a year later. So there's some language in the bill on when we get reimbursed. We've already asked questions to clarify, and maybe our business department already knows the answer, but it's the first apportionment that we're going to get is an estimate we'll get in June, and then there's a later date that we'll get a true up basically, and then we'll start again next year. So it's not an increase. There's a couple ways I like to put it. Our bottom line is still the same, the 6.4 this year. That we're not getting an additional funding on top of that to provide services. We are just getting a reimbursement for the services we already provide. Another way I like to put it is it's like a coupon. You're getting $1 back, but you're still having to spend the $7 to get the $1 back.
So then do we anticipate, assuming that the funding remains the same, that eventually we will be able to account for that? So I understand currently we're going to need to get reimbursed, so we're spending the money. I understand that. And the reimbursement is unclear as to how much money we're going to get in both of the disbursements, right?
Right.
So eventually, though, let's assume that this is part of the budget and they continue to fund it in years to come. Will we actually have that additional 60% of additional funding?
The only time we would have additional funding is if we put additional money into the initial spend.
Okay.
So our reimbursement, and if you look at it, it's going to be around this year. The estimated is about a $1.8 million reimbursement, and then next year is about a $2.8 million reimbursement. I would average probably closer to about that $2 million. There are some salaries and benefits that all is going to affect how much we get reimbursed. But we still are going to get our LCF add-on, and that is actually going to go up in 2 years, I believe. And so that will actually, we're not going to get the 60% plus our LCF add-on. It's a total of 60%. Maybe that's how we're going to keep getting the funding. I'm a little worried myself, like you said, if we keep getting the funding. I don't want to be pessimistic, but realistic just in the state we are. So.
Okay, so we need to continue to account for our transportation expense as if we're not even getting the reimbursement given the instability of pursuing that. Okay. You also mentioned providing the no-cost transfer passes, so using public transportation.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit more about that, if that's part of our proposal, or?
Well, so we actually, I should have wrote down the date, but I believe it was about 2019. 2019, the board approved us to provide fax passes to certain areas, and we provided those at no cost to those areas. So with this, that is something that we're looking into right now to try to see how many families would be able to benefit and be able to take that to our cabinet members or executive cabinet to review those numbers.
Okay. And when that gets determined, can we get an update on that? I know, I will personally say I don't like using public transportation. I remember the discussion around 2018, 2019 related to some of the passes that were provided, and it's not a substitute. And I remember specifically that our families and communities that were receiving those passes were not happy at all, because if I had children, they would not be riding public transportation. I would be very concerned. So I do want to make sure that we're aware of how many passes we're funding, and whether we're exploring other opportunities for them to have the transportation they need. Thank you.
Trustee Solis.
Well, I guess a statement. One of the largest impacts to the general fund is the transportation budget. That's number one. We're basically going to be paid in the rears 1 year. So we can't really make any changes to our service areas until we're that 1 year in the hole, at which time I think we could entertaining the increase of the service area once we start the money coming in. Since money's going to be funneled through the state has a funny way of promising money and say, we'll pay you down the road for it. So we'll have to wait the year to see how this plays out. So I think, similar to you, Ms. Creel, I'm looking for a way to extend our service area. I think that might be feasible, but it's not going to be feasible until we receive our first payment first. I would like to have it written into the plan about utilizing public transportation, even though because we are a rural school district and that's our history. I can tell you right now, our community has made it really clear by how many bus passes we issue out. They don't like the idea, but I rather have it in the toolbox to use in case something happens that you have the means to do. Excuse me, to do that. The other thing is in your plan, I'm looking, it doesn't say anywhere in here specifying if we increase our bus services, are you looking to contract out any services or even handicap transportation services? Is it in here somewhere? Did I miss it?
No, we provide our, so under bullet point 2, we provide services to
on the proposal, bullet point?
Oh, I'm sorry, I said bullet point 2, but if you go to number 2, the provide a description of the LEA's transportation services that be accessible to pupils with disabilities and homeless children and youth. We provide those services on our buses. If our students are going to campuses that are not within our district, we partner with Fresno County Superintendent of Schools, and they transport them on first student.
Okay. Well, and I'm just speaking for me. I would be opposed to using this to contract services within the district. I would be looking to expand, if we have the means to do it, to expand our service area utilizing our buses and our drivers.
Yeah, understood. There's nothing like that in the plan currently. This is services we currently provide, and we'll continue to keep providing it with our own drivers and buses.
And the only reason I'm saying this is I want to make sure that when we get where we're going in 2 years, there's nothing in this proposal that's going to slow that process down.
Yes. Understood.
All right. Thank you.
Trustee Sellers.
To the best of your knowledge, is there a limit that the state is going to reimburse, like a cap?
They say no.
Okay.
So I will tell you, to my knowledge, no.
Okay. So as our costs increase progressively years down the road,
Yeah,
we should
and-
get 60% of whatever that is.
Yeah, between the
Up
two.
to 60%.
Yes, up to, with the two different sources and the state. And I took that question as from the state with all the school districts combined. They have said that there's no maximum that they will provide to all school districts, meaning if all the school districts, ended up being millions and hundreds and billions, they're still going to provide it.
Okay. Thank you.
Trustee Solis?
Just one more thing. Are you the one that does all the routes? Or did you used to?
I oversee, yes.
Okay. A couple of times, so I know it's a stressful job. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you. If there's no other comments or questions, we'll bring this item, just because to give more time to review the plan for those that had shared they wanted to, that we'll bring it back for action. Item number 5, receive information on college and career access pathway agreement and addendum. Mrs. Bergman.
Board President Singh and Board of Trustees, the College and Career Access Partnership has authorized the Governing Board of Community College Districts to enter into a College and Career Access Pathway Partnership, also known as CCAP, with the Governing Board of a School District to offer or expand dual enrollment opportunities for students who are from groups underrepresented in higher education or may not already be college-bound. This item is an addendum to our existing agreement to develop and expand our dual enrollment opportunities, including the general transfer pathway to all Central Unified locations such as Justin Garza High School, Central East High School, and Central High School. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Trustee Solis?
To increase the access to this program, are you looking at vocational training? Similar to county schools where they have a dual enrollment program connected to their work training programs?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
When you're talking about increasing access services, are you looking at adding this on to vocational training? So similar to county schools where they have a vocational program where the students, if they enroll early enough, can receive a 2-year degree.
So an example would be at our at Central High School with our careers in health career pathway. We're adding a class into that for the students.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Correa?
I'm sorry, maybe it's because it's late. But what exactly is this doing? We're expanding our services to also include Justin Garza, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
the services, the dual enrollment programs that we're offering at
Correct.
Central High are just now also going to be.
So we're expanding the program at Central High School by adding more courses for the new school year. And then we're introducing or bringing courses to Central East High School as well as Justin Garza High School for the new school year.
Thank you. I
You're
appreciate that.
If there's no other comments or questions, this item is information only, so thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Last information item, number 6, receive information regarding core and supplemental materials for elementary and secondary courses. Dr. Boatwright.
Yes, thank you. These textbooks are being requested for use starting with the new school year. The current textbooks for child development and psychology, they have a 2003 and a 2006 copyright dates. And so these new editions will replace those editions that we currently have in place. So administration is recommending this item be placed on the March 28th board agenda for action. I'm happy to answer any questions. I also have copies of the textbooks here if you'd like to see those or review those.
Thank you. Trustee Solis?
I have a question. I would like to address my question to Ms. Martinez from CUDA. Have you?
I hope I can answer it.
Have your teachers had input on these materials?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. I can find out. Normally, yes, they do. Okay. In the past, that's always been because I've checked with them, and I didn't in this case. But yes, in the past they have. I will check and let you know.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Staff, can you bring back that information unless you have it right now?
Sure. So, Trustee Solis, these are not new textbooks necessarily. It's not new curriculum. They're just updated versions because the copies that we currently have are outdated.
They're
But
new.
I can bring back information.
And the teacher names are attached on page 2.
Yes, thank you.
That answers it. Thank you.
Trustee Crefon?
Thank you. I would like to see a copy of those textbooks before we vote on this. And then I also wanted to ask, are these going to, this is for like, for example, psychology. Psychology as an elective is offered at all 3 of our high schools?
So this textbook will be going to Central High School, Central East High School, and also Justin Garza High School.
Okay. And this is just for the general ed psychology and not AP psychology, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then which course is it for child development, that textbook?
You know what? I would have to look at that. I don't have the number here with me. I can put that into the Friday report.
Thank you. Just wanted to verify which class this is for. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I do have the textbooks here. Do you want me to bring them up to you?
Yes, thank you. That'd be great.
If there are no other questions or objections, we can return the item under consent, and if Trustee Crefon has any issue, he can talk to me about it before the next agenda. Thank you. Moving on to item letter O, advanced planning. Superintendent Davis.
Thank you. The calendar is attached. I would just draw your attention to following spring break. We do have the work session that was mentioned for the facilities work session, and it is on April 19th, and we'll make sure you get calendar invites, reminders for that as well.
Thank you. Any additional information or closing items from the superintendent or other board members? Trustee Cervantes.
Thank you, Board Chair. I just wanted to publicly thank Mrs. Davis and Mr. Bott's team for going out and addressing a problem with some flooding. And one phone call, in a matter of about 45 minutes, they had a full team out there, and they were executing some pumping of water. And it was in a corner of, it's not actually in the school grounds, but it was impeding students to be able to walk onto the campus and pushing them out into the street to walk, and immediately responded. Thank you for that.
Wonderful. Item number Q, our next meeting, just as a reminder to the public and to my fellow board members, our next regular board meeting will be held on Tuesday, March 28th, here at the Central East High School Performing Arts Center at 6 p.m. for closed session and 7 p.m. for public session. We will adjourn back to closed session, and then we will reconvene as necessary. Thank you.